Hello, welcome to the Astropub. Welcome to the office hours. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. I'll say it again. The long and short of it is family emergency and then also lack of sleep. That's the reason why I was there. Nothing major, nothing's bad. Everything is fine. I'm just having to make up a little bit more. So without further ado, I'm gonna get started watching this Q&A FPS gameplay because it's actually pretty interesting. I've actually already watched it a little bit. Pull it back a little bit more. How you doing, Robert? All right. Let's get into it, shall we?
Oh, that's right. This entire spaceship, go to the wide. This entire spaceship is, oh, you can't see it in the wide, that doesn't work. The wide's the only shot, you don't see anything. Go to the other cameras, look at that. This entire spaceship is full of all this stuff behind them, like this is all my stuff. Yeah. There's very few stuff that actually belongs to CIG in this thing. These are all my things that I've collected over the years and stuff like this. It's one of the reasons, one of the big things, like when they said we were going to finally build the spaceship, and I'm like, great, I'm going to get so much of my stuff out of my house.
More storage space.
Which just freed up more room in my house to then get more stuff.
It's cheaper than paying for storage.
That's true.
Yeah. Now this is my new guy. We're not technically at 4 o'clock yet, so we haven't started. We're still on my time, people. Look at this guy. This is my newest guy. This came just today. Can we zoom in? Look at that. Nope. Nope. There it is. There it is. There it is. This is my new meteor in disco paint. This just arrived this morning. From the tremendous Policus.
It's less blurry in real life.
It's less blurry in real life. Actually, this might be your diabetes. This is actually crystal clear. You should get your glasses checked. All right, you can go back. But yeah, so anyway, I collect all kinds of stuff. I just got into those Lego modular buildings.
Oh.
Nerd.
Oh yeah, they
started building those Lego modular buildings, and then I took my Sesame Street and I bought a second Sesame Street and I combined them to actually make a Sesame Street modular building that goes inside the street with all the others. And then
spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PTUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Chance says has subscribed.
Thank you so much there, Chance. There's a Chance says. Chance says, thank you so much for that subscription. You're very important, Pepper. Very impressive. It's a very production. This is Faultless Friend. Good night. Shots and cheers, chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. How you doing there, Chance? All right. Let's go.
And then I've gotten crazy, and then I've replaced all of the sidewalks with cobblestone now. So I found a third-party vendor that was selling me like 500 of the little bits, and so I've got all this multicolored cobblestone now and some things.
Like
and I've just
Lego
designed
cobblestone?
Well, no, like little cobblestone Lego pieces. Just the 1x1 studs,
right.
The studs and the flats and the circles and the squares and the different colors.
Yep.
The sand blue, which is a lovely sand blue. Your shirt.
I love your YouTube videos. Thank you on there often. But I always forget to I have Twitch too. Thank you for that. Surprise! No stream, only dance.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space.
I do intend on upping the YouTube
but you can never,
production more and more.
Take away my space game.
Ghost 1800 just resubscribed for 67 months. Surprise. No stream, only dance.
Thank you for that 67 months of support there, Ghost. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive. It's very impressive. This is your fault. You was drinking night. Shots and cheers to chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Thank you, Dracon, for those 100 biddies. Now, I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound crazy, but today is going to be shorter. I am still recovering from not sleeping much, so I will likely, this will only go for like 3 hours maximum. So.
Like a sand blue.
Great.
Sure, it's like a lovely.
There you go.
sand
He's blending in.
blue. But done the cobblestone, and then my next thing is I've just designed a new like Victorian style light post because the lamp posts that come with those are kind of bad. So I'm going to replace all the lamp posts and stuff.
PTU fatigue? No, but it's not. It's a family thing. You'll eventually find out. That's what I'll tell you. You'll eventually find out. But it's not anything to get psyched about or anything to get scared about yet.
You just lock in with everything. You know what I mean? I've never seen you not fully 110% in something.
So.
Am I about to be told off?
No. About 2.5 years ago,
Yeah.
I availed myself of the wonderful NHS and whatnot,
Yeah.
and I went and got diagnosed. And, I'm going to my GP, we're doing the thing, it's like telling him about my whole life and how my life works and why I don't sleep and what this. And the guy listens to me for about 15 minutes, and then walks over to a little spindle, pulls out a little 3-panel pamphlet about hyperfocus ADHD, and hands me this pamphlet. And there is nothing more devastating than realizing this unique snowflake that you think you are is completely in a 3-panel pamphlet. It's just like, is this you? And I look at it, and it's like the cheat code to my entire existence. And I'm like, oh.
Did you ever get on medication?
As a teacher, I can tell you, I have begun to notice so many more people around me. I'm like, oh, you're ADHD. Oh, you're autistic. Like, you know, I was over the course of my now 15 years of teaching, I've been able to like see it when it develops in younger ages. And then I look around, I'm like, that's the same thing my kids do in class. Oh, you're autistic. You're just really masking it really well. Oh God.
Because I didn't want to because I worried it would fix me.
No,
You know what I mean?
I'm not.
Here's the secret, chat, and this is the dark secret of video game development and tech in general. Tech is filled with mostly people who have things like ADHD and autism because it's been self-selecting forever. Simply because the things that you do in video games hyper focus on things, or you have to wear many hats to jump around in, or you can't stop, must create, must keep going. All of those things are very difficult to do for neurotypical people. And psychopathy, that's usually the suits, but I wouldn't say psychopathy as much as sociopathy. Plenty of that's not unique to video game development. That's just engineering in general. And I wouldn't even say it's sociopathy as much as it's social awkwardness. But that also stems from other underlying factors, you know. You so hyper-focused people yeet because they get stuff done. Exactly. When you have an obsession, when you have that what is it called? Hyperfixation. When you have a hyperfixation, you want to do nothing but make said thing.
No, I'm not on any medication. Anybody that watches SCL regularly can.
Not a second or anything, but didn't they reclassify those two? Technically there's no such thing as sociopathy as last I know of. It's like it's been completely removed. And psychopathy is really, really complicated. That's why I'm like, it's probably not either of those things. But you know who you should talk to about this? Dell. Dell would know. Dell is in that field, so.
Can attest
Yeah,
to
I was
that.
gonna say, because what if you're not funny anymore?
Yeah.
Like,
But that hyper focus. Well, you've never been funny, so what's your concern?
I don't know. All right, projecting.
But the hyper focus is the only way that I get anything done. All right, time to start the show. Yeah. All right. Hi, everybody.
The one thing I've learned about autism is that social skills are learnable. That's the thing. As a teacher, I've seen it happen. Like, there are plenty of people who are on the spectrum who simply learn to adapt to society through their own ways, through their own coping mechanisms, that never got diagnosed because they were smart enough, or not smart enough. Smart enough's not the right word. They were more adaptable enough. They got lucky, or they had the right parents or the right environment, that they learned how to adjust for things like social awkwardness and social awareness, and become normal members of society. But again, it's like a huge number of people in the video game industry are either non-neurotypical or just aren't diagnosed. Then again, I remember this from when I taught it. Like, there's some insane amount. Like, it's like 20 to 30% of Americans, just in America alone, are undiagnosed, but probably should be diagnosed, kind of thing. It's like a huge amount of people. Because, you know, when we think about disorders is even the wrong word, we think about it as some sort of like life-crippling disease, and not like, oh no, they just really like trains. You know, totally normal person, but they just really love trains and got focused on it. That is part of the whole problem, the whole thing. It's a lot more normal than people realize, and it's a lot more adaptable, but we tend to not see it because it's just not part of our society. I'm not going to get on that.
Hey, welcome to Star Citizen Live Q&A FPS.
What's wrong with trains? Nothing. I fucking love trains, all right? Shut the fuck up. Trains are awesome.
Combat and gameplay. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. If you've never seen Star
This is like the historical, they were really good friends. Yeah. Like whenever I hear people like, I didn't have autism when I was young, it's like, yeah, you called them hobbyists. They just really like trains, or painting little miniatures, or dressing up as in historical outfits and doing reenactments. Like, they just adapted differently because they didn't have the internet.
Star Citizen Live Before, it's where we take about an hour out of the end of our week, invite our developers on, and make them answer a whole bunch of questions. Talk about various aspects of Star Citizen, its continuing development, why this doesn't work, where are you going with this. Basically, most topics are on the table, provided the guests on the show can actually speak to them. That's usually the hardest part. A lot of the questions that people like to ask are great questions, but they're for developers who aren't on the show this week. On the show this week, we have 3 members who work on various aspects of FPS-related combat and gameplay. Not just combat stuff. It's a lot of focus on combat, but FPS gameplay extends more than that. We'll talk about items and tchotchkes and stuff like that. So let's take a few moments to introduce our people who will do their best to answer your question.
Then bullpups are invented. 1/10 of the recruits get outed. So I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's not natural.
Starting with the person immediately to my right, Luke. Tell everybody who you are and what you do for Star Citizen.
Where do I look?
You just look
Anyway.
at me. There you go.
Luke. Okay. I'm gonna gloat a little bit about Luke. I have known Luke, who's worked at CIG since I've doing content creation. He was, I think, a lower tier employee. Lower tier. Now he's a god tier. No, he was like a lower in the management ladder, and basically the reason why we had FPS in Star Citizen before like actual like Star Marine FPS stuff was added is Luke. Luke invented Security Post Korea. All the things we used to do at Security Post Korea was Luke's idea. Like all of the booze you would find and all the things to get people, that was him. So it's like, he's the guy who is the reason why we have a lot of the things, and the reason why he was the driving force with listening to the community about what needs to change and how to focus on things. The arena shooter guy, kind of, yeah. He also did Ghost Hollow. He was one of the guys behind Ghost Hollow, so.
Hi, I'm Luke Presley. I am a
and all the new Security Post Korea stuff.
senior principal designer on the systems design team.
Senior.
Yeah, Toy looking at me.
No, just look at him instead of the
Senior
camera.
principal. No. What does senior principal mean?
He's well old.
Senior, yeah. I get paid more.
He's part of the furniture at this point.
Yeah, I've been here a while. We've been doing this on and off for about 10 years now.
Yeah, 11.
He's older than Jared in terms of like he's been there since before Jared was an employee.
He had hair.
I remember
Definitely
flying
not
out to
counting.
you to do a...
What was your first show?
I was in LA.
Ah, all right. Zach, we'll come to you in a minute. Sam, tell everybody who you are and what you do for Star Citizen.
Yep. So I'm Sam. I'm the lead level designer in the UK, and my work is making all the wonderful locations, basically.
And the bad ones, don't.
That's true. Also, the bad ones technically.
You're the reason I get stuck on Geo, or
Depends.
okay,
Yeah, it's also art as well.
okay. And Zach, tell everybody who you are, what you do, and why we're going to try really hard not to make this the last show they ever let us do.
Yeah, Rich said, right, you're coming on, no drama, no controversies. And I said, I'll try my best. And he said, well, if you do that, it's not good enough. But basically,
He's Scope Glint guy. He will never not be Scope Glint guy, and I will continue to shit on Zach for being Scope Glint guy because, and then getting on my soapbox, and I'm gonna talk to you, chat. Star Citizen aesthetically is a futuristic game. It takes place in the distant future of the 2900s and the 30th century. Spiritually, it's 80s, and it's 80s science fiction. So cool cassette futurism combined with more sleek modernist, like hyper-futuristic stuff. It's a combination of different ideas. In any of those universes, does it make a lot of sense that your protagonist of a film would find a sniper via scope glint, like it's a fucking World War II movie? Or would he use his bionic eye to scan the area around him, find the heat signature, and send a little tiny robot to go kill the sniper? Which of those is more aesthetic in terms of a futuristic cassette futurism type of thing? Good thing. Hey, Anna. Wait, say Anna. That's a great way to put it. I just say a name. I love that name. I would always argue the cyborg eye and the tiny robot is far more aesthetically on Star Citizen's brand than a scope glint. And I always thought that scope glint was fundamentally a lack of imagination. I understand it was a lack of resources, but he was fixing a problem that didn't exist. There was not a problem with snipers really in the game at that point. So it's far better to use that resources of creating scope glint to create more innovative, crazy ways that you could spot a sniper in a distance that would have more gameplay impacts that also aesthetically fit the game. End of rant. No, I get it. I get it. And but I mean, like, AI piloted FTL, all that kind of stuff is not Star Citizen's theme. It's not its aesthetics. But it is still like Universal Soldier, Predator, Aliens. That's still those same aesthetics. And in fucking Aliens, you wouldn't have found a sniper because of a glint. You would have found it with your fucking scanner. So, I'm just saying, within the Star Citizen universe, within its universe, they could have done anything, but they didn't have to, A, because it wasn't a problem, and B, they decided to do Battlefield 3. Just like, nah, scanner couldn't go far enough. You'd be lucky if you got glinted. Then carry a backpack that has the larger scanner radius. You make a player have a role in the game in an MMO, a role in an MMO. Oh my God, am I just innovating something brand new and crazy? No, this has been going on since the 90s. You have a big fucking backpack with a dude whose sole job is to scan the area, or part of his job is to scan the area. In the 80s science fiction movie I just described, he would be the wise-talking New Yorker who has a really deep New York accent and everyone shits on him. And he's like, fuck you, and all that New York stuff. I don't have a good New York accent. You know? The guy with the, like what's his name from Predator? The, like, big, thick rim glasses. New Jersey. Thank you. That's a better point. New Jersey, not New York. Hey, I'm scanning here. Yeah. The engineer from Atlantis. Yeah. Like you see what I'm saying? Like, you could easily look at some of these tropes and incorporate them into the game design a little bit that would also solve the same problems. Play and counterplay, yeah, because it's a race to the finish. Will the scanner guy find the sniper, or the sniper find the scanner guy? If you're a sniper, the first thing you're going to do is find that scanner guy so you can kill him so he doesn't bother you.
I'm Zach. I do FPS systems. So I've done player controller. I've done the guns that you interact with, creatures, human FPS AI, and yeah, cool stuff like that.
And tell me about who you're wearing.
Who I'm wearing. So this is a Japanese fashion designer called Hare from Osaka. Very good guy. This is from Hollister, Boo. And this is from an independent fashion designer in Dublin.
Did you expect that?
I didn't actually expect him to have an answer for that. I thought I was going to get him.
He's looking
I was wrong.
slick.
All right, so the subject of this week's show is FPS combat and gameplay. As we are wont to do sometimes, we put up a thread on Spectrum, asked you all to submit your...
Just flies overhead with his terrapin. I mean, yeah, it would also, like, give someone with a terrapin to do something like that. Like, there's a guy right here, ping.
Questions, vote up the ones you want to see answered most. During this week, Zach, Luke, and Sam went through, selected the questions that they thought that had the best information.
Also, gives a point to actually having a fucking armor like the Geist armor, which is supposed to be stealth armor. If it's stealth armor, you shouldn't be able to fucking see it. Not like visually, but like radar-wise. Like, you can't ping it. So a terrapin flies over, no one's moving, and they ping, and it's like, oh, wait, that guy is just the background information because he's wearing the Geist armor. Like, I'm not revolutionizing anything. This is all just like, hey, you already built this into your game. Just lean into it, please.
To give, I added one or two curveballs. We researched the answers. We ran them by Rich, as he says. Just to make sure that we give you the best answer. There's a couple of questions in here that are going to have really long answers. You might notice, you see the pieces of paper on people's on the lights. I guess some of these questions were very involved, so we wanted to get some notes and make sure we provided the best information possible. So all that said, we're going to start off with this question from Star Citizen Disco Lando. Where's my goddamn Apex battle card?
Okay, so I'm not on creatures anymore, but I did ask the people who were on creatures.
Oh, why not?
Oh, not because of anything bad, but because it turns out me doing everything is not good for development. So.
Oh no! Who would have thought CIG is putting one guy in charge of 17 different things and going, this actually doesn't fucking work after 3 years.
We've got some great.
Totally not on brand for CIG.
New people. We got.
To be fair, it's on brand for pretty much all developers. So
we've got a creature team now that are more focused on it. Don't have to share resources. Basically, working on it, dialing it in. I won't speak for their work. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, it's one of those. I probably shouldn't have started with this question. I just wanted to get it out of the way. Basically, it's one of those things. We've been talking about this thing for so long at this point. I was just having a conversation with the newly minted creature team and whatnot, and it's the expectations on this are now from being first introduced in 2016, from being brought back again in 2023.
Yeah,
whatnot. we've come really close to getting it where we want it, but then there's just something that doesn't make it feel right. There's something that doesn't quite make it the apex experience we've been looking for. So they're still working, and I think you spent this amount of time on it. You want to be sure you get it right, or at least have the best chance of getting it right.
It's easier to make an FPS boss fight because there's a lot of context that you can refer to and you know it works. Name me a game where you have multiple people in multiple spaceships fighting a humongous worm and how you make that fun and
air and
thing
on
that's
ground.
in an MMO with a huge planet with the servers. So
I didn't think about that. It could be that the Apex Valkyr we fight in Stormbreaker is just weaker because it's irradiated. Like its irradiation means it's actually weaker, so it makes sense as to why FPS weapons can kill it. Versus a regular Apex Valkyr, which is just bring an interest to this fight because you're going to lose.
Yeah, it's somebody. Hold on. Beardshire has used their opportunity to be a first-time chatter and said vaporware. Good. No, still working on it. It's just.
It should be the juveniles are weaker than the standard ones at Hathor. Yeah, the Hathor ones are all juveniles. I don't think there are standard ones at Hathor. I think they're all juveniles at Hathor. No, we've only seen the irradiated adult. And they do take like in a full magazine of ammunition for pretty much any weapon to take them down.
And it's just wanting to make sure it's everything we want it to be. Next question. You keep saying you know the med gun is wildly OP and then never doing anything to fix it. What's the plan for making medics actually relevant in the game long term, as it's a profession slated for 1.0, but is currently entirely useless?
So, we're aware that the med gun is very strong at the moment. We've commented on it before, and obviously with crafting upcoming, there's going to be lots of balance changes, there's going to be lots of weapon adjustments and things like that, and we're looking to address it then. But more importantly, on the road to 1.0, the medic profession, all of that is slated in to be locked in, get lots of improvements on, lots of new features with, and things like that. So, medics right now, sure, but medics on the road to 1.0 will get a lot more breadth and depth with the things that they can do.
I'll go into the medic armor in my monologue as well.
So. Oh yeah, you've got a big long section here coming up, so we'll get into that. Sam, this question is probably right up your alley.
You'd hope.
Can you address the lack of level design that facilitates FPS PvP? We're just getting right into the questions here. And remember, they picked the question, so they're not shying away from the tougher topics here. Could you address the lack of level design that facilitates FPS PvP? To explain, even the contested zones separate people. Blue doors, timer, separate people out, making it hard to run into people. All the other places are worse. A lot of places are very linear and choke pointy in their level design, making them not play well for PV, PvE, SC sandbox scenarios. What do you have to say?
So
He's to blame. Sam. Say Sam. Buddy. Do you have something to work out? Because goddamn, do you love you love to get to choke out players. That sounds like there's something deep inside that needs to be worked out so we can remove some of these choke points.
a lot of our older locations were built with just a lot less level design resource, essentially. But what we're trying to do now is that, obviously this game is very heavy on PvE. There's always going to be PvP. That's never going to stop. And we've started building locations basically intended for PvE. And those locations are always going to be more linear. They're always going to be more set up for that. And when instancing comes online, that's not going to be a problem for everyone else either. You're going to go to a location and you know it's only going to be you. So you're going to enjoy your PvE gameplay. When it comes to PvPvE or PvP locations, with the bigger level design team now, we can actually focus on making sure that there are multiple entrances. The sightlines are actually cared for and ensured that it makes sense for multiple teams coming in from different angles. And that we just make sure that cover placement and all of that sort of stuff is up to scratch, basically.
The LD team's a lot bigger now as well,
yes,
compared to where it was like 2 years ago.
We've gained 6 people in the last year.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
That's the crazy thing. Like for those of you who don't know, I don't know how I stumbled upon this, but I accidentally stumbled upon CIG hired a new writer. Like yesterday. I think they've been hiring before, but like they made their announcement yesterday. And when I found out that they were quite literally a horror writer, a sci-fi and horror writer, I was like, Dave, I know you hire people. Specifically, their title is narrative designer. But they're an indie game developer. They've been making indie games for a bit. And they come from a family of game designers. Like I think her father worked as a like a producer on games. And not like AAA titles, but like AA titles. And from what I've seen in her bio, and then her mother was just a gamer. So yeah. I literally said, "Welcome to Star Citizen Universe as the lore guy. I'm really looking forward to your stories." And I said, "P.S. Please bring Yorit back. He is my favorite antagonist." And she replied, "Okay, I hope I don't fuck it up." And I'm like, "If you're not going to fuck it up," and this is no shade on the current writers, but you can't fuck up what's already fucked up. We've already fucked up pretty hard. You can only go up from the bottom. Yorit writes himself. He's great. I love Yorit, and the actor is great who does Yorit. So again. I feel like Yorit would be a fantastic, consistent antagonist because you could have him remotely be in places or remotely leave his presence in places where it feels like you're always 2 steps behind him. He'd be a great sort of combination of Moriarty and Dr. Frankenstein. A good combination of those two. And it would be good if you eventually do meet him and he's like a mission giver. Where like you eventually meet him and he's like, "Hello, I'm Dr. Logan Yorit." And you can be like, "I fucking know you, dude. I've been chasing you down for like years." And he's like, I don't know who you are. I've never met you. What are you talking about? But I get that to say, there's a lot of new people. CIG is hiring a fuck ton of new people specifically for Star Citizen. There is a lot of hiring being done for Star Citizen. I don't know if they're posting on their website as much anymore, as they are probably going through a hiring firm to search for these folks.
I don't think it's inappropriate to say that level design was probably underserved.
Yes.
In previous years of Star Citizen's development. Why that is, variety of reasons, but it's been recognized.
Yeah. For you, meeting me was the pinnacle of your life, but for me, it was just a Tuesday. It was a Tuesday.
In the last 12 months, and the rectification is in process. Like you said, is it doubled? It's probably more than doubled at this point.
I think it's about doubled now.
Yeah.
We still got a few more coming, but
yeah. So we recognized this challenge early on. We recognized we weren't doing enough to support it, and the fix for that is underway. I just saw a review of Starkitect locations on Tuesday, and you could see right away. I'm like, oh, these immediately look different than the stuff. Not just with the visual stuff. I'm talking about the layout, with the amount of cover points, with the amount of interior, exterior, combined, cover spaces where you're half inside, half outside, lots of moving in, moving out and stuff like this. The big towers, to make snipers incredibly deadly and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot more effort. There's a lot more effort going in. And I think the stuff we have coming down the pipe, Rockcracker, and then going forward, the new Siege of Wars and the Municipal Works are going to benefit from that renewed focus on level design.
Same as the Starkitect stuff as well in the future.
Yep. There's always going to be a gadgets question. any progress on gadgets like trip sensors, scanners, remote detonated charges, and so on?
This is my favorite.
So I've got an answer, and it has the word Squadron 42 in, so I'm going to read it off the page. Currently, we have the deployable shield, breaching charge, and some other bits in Squadron 42, and do plan on shipping that in the PU in the future. We also have an area denial grenade coming this year as well. We plan to add more gadgets in the future, and we do like doing some surprise community wants, like the binoculars, which are much asked for.
That's cool.
What's an area of denial grenade? Is that just a fancy way of saying a mine? Or is that like a legitimate, like you throw it and it like blocks off a corridor? Yeah, I don't know what that means. So like a Molotov, but like a space Molotov, a Smolotov, a Spolotov. Yes, a Spolotov. I'm calling it a Spolotov.
Luke, this might be wrong. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing. What plans are there to make clothing serve a purpose when an undersuit and armor is better in almost every way?
Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, clothing is never going to have the same kind of fulfill the same purpose as those things. But it's never going to be space worthy.
Yes, a Spolotov.
But we are, working on combat clothing, which will have more damage mitigation. So if you want to imagine a kind of John Wick style suit, that kind of thing. But yeah, I think the main problem now is that it's one or the other. You have to wear clothes or you have to wear armor, right? And that's where Starwear is going to come in and change all that, because the purpose of clothing is cosmetic. It's to dress, the way you want to look. So to just go into that in a bit more detail, you'll be able to, with Starwear, have your undersuit on if you want it, and then put certain, jackets over the top, all the jackets, certain trousers, gloves, boots on the top, then armor on the top of that, and then in future we're going to have hoods and big overcoats that can go over some of the armors too. So all these layers.
It's like we said at SitCon as well, there will be areas where you can't wear armor, so clothing and all that will have particular uses and things like that.
We've talked about that in the past, like locations that prohibit it. And you have to kind of turn things into customs. So you wearing I don't think we're going to ever block an undersuit in that scenario, but it's probably more useful to wear the kind of combat clothing we were talking about.
There's never been an MMO where cosmetics isn't the end game.
A couple of people in chat were right away. Fashion Citizen is endgame.
Hey, he's doing it. Jared is doing it. He's doing the thing I do.
Possibly. A very early iteration. No, but it cannot be overstated. I'm really glad you brought that up. We've Chris, other people have mentioned for years that this idea of wanting to facilitate the wearing of clothing as opposed to armor. He hates that everybody wears armor everywhere. So this will always be kind of a goal at some point to go to. When I first saw the outfit scanners that were part of a Stormbreaker, the ones where it forced you to change into the scientist outfit in order to open the door. I was really excited about what that means for the future. Forcing people to switch into outfits as opposed to armors in order to infiltrate something. The gameplay,
Yeah, give me infiltration, like a simple infiltration where I wear the security outfits or the scientist outfits, and I can go into a place like, what was that? It starts with an F. I never remember the name of the place, but I go into that place and I don't set off an alarm by doing things, and maybe like the last chance I can run. Pharaoh, yeah, thank you. I don't set off the alarm. I actually get what I need to, or I at the very end I set off the alarm, so they have to call in forces to come in and get it. So it's less painful.
options there were really exciting. And so like this. So yeah, it's combat clothing is a bit interesting though. I heard the term and I didn't realize you're not full on John Wick kind of thing.
Wait, not bulletproof.
Yeah,
no, but some decent mitigation. Not to the point of being
we're
better than light.
There's 1,000 years in the future.
Yeah,
there's going to be clothing that's a little better than what it is today, anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna need less than lethal weaponry for bounty hunting. That's one of the things you require for bounty hunting, based off the fact that you have to capture people alive, because if you kill them, they just regen. So you have to capture them rather than kill them.
Okay. Cool. I'm going to ask one more question before we go to Luke and his treatise here. Are there plans to add spatialization for sound in FPS? I think sound plays a major role in combat, but currently we can't locate our enemies or tell if they're wearing heavy or light armor.
Yes, I think this one was for me, but was it for me or
No,
was
it's
it
for me.
It's not for
It's
me.
for you.
Oh, that's one for
Oh, there you go. Well, that's why I don't have it written
So
down.
I'm just going to talk for hours.
Go on, perfect.
Yeah, I've talked to the audio team, and they're really keen on enjoying this armory factor, reworking what we've got so far, so that if you're wearing a heavy suit, you actually.
LTL weapons become basically a trolling issue. The easiest response to trolling issues is if you get hit with an LTL weapon and you're down, you have an option to give up and either and then basically like regen. But if you're caught, like if you have a bounty on you, or if you have a criminal record and you get hit with an LTL, if you give up, you go to jail. So it doesn't count against your lives or whatever. Yeah, I'd imagine that would work. The only issue with that would be that people would immediately use it as an abuse. They'd abuse it to try to fast travel with it. And the answer to that is that you don't set it so it's the most recent one. You set it to like your home one or whatever, and you still have some like cooldown time or something like that. No, I get it. The idea of like being able to do it is just keep someone down and constantly keep them in a down state. And I think that would still count against your lives. Because, like, they could have chosen to use a gun and just killed you. So she'll still hit you in that regen. But if you choose not to give up, then you can stay down. But, people are going to eventually get bored, or they'll either kill you or they'll let you go. Like, there's still, like, or you can turn the tables on them. Like, as long as you have the option of a player choosing to quit. But if they choose to quit, there's going to be a consequence for that player. Because, like, at that point, it's like, if someone is close enough, if you allow someone to get close enough to you where they use a stun gun on you, in-game, in Star Citizen, then they could have used a pistol on you. And you would have been dead anyways. So, you fucked up at that point. You have been outplayed. At this point, it's just a matter of, do you give up and then lose everything you have, stick around and maybe be able to turn the tables, or stick around and maybe they quit and go away? You know what I'm saying? Or you have a certain number of uses before you kill somebody. Like the, what is it called? The stun weapon for... Actually, yeah, no, that is the Zat gun from Stargate. You hit somebody with a stun gun 3 times, they die. And if you stun somebody and you tie them up, they can wiggle out. And if they wiggle out, they can break the restraints. And because, you have the restraints, we'll have a specific, they'll have wear and tear. So eventually, if you wiggle, and you break out, you break out. Effectively, it's just you want to make sure that it's I don't know why you didn't get a live notification. Twitch is sort of bad about that. You want to have a way where someone can still fuck with you, but not fuck with you forever. Because again, if you let someone get close enough to hit you with a stun gun, you are at fault. You have lost. You have lost this game. This conflict is now no longer in your favor. You can either stick around and maybe escape, stick around, turn the tables and kill them, or get stunned enough times that you die anyways. That sort of thing. I didn't banish you from anything. What are you talking about on Discord, or are you talking about on regular stream? Because I stopped doing the Discord live pushes. Or hear me out, giving up from the stun weapon leaves you without any gear and your moby glass on Hurston, nearest habitable planet. Your consequences is dealing with some injuries and having to call for help. I could see something like that, but you don't really need that. You just said it. The simplest answer is just you have you stun 2 or 3 times. If you stun someone 2 or 3 times, then they die. And it's like, oh, well, what happens? It's like once you've left an area. And it's easy, like, you used to have a cooldown timer of, like, you get stunned more than 3 times in an hour, you're dead.
Sound extremely heavy. But, like, beyond that, they really want to have the wearer feel that they're in a heavy, suit. So if you're wearing that massive radiation suit, you'll feel isolated, like everything, and all that stuff under the hood. If you can hear your feet squeaking against the floor as you run, sneak up behind someone, that's really off-putting. So, it's really important to nail all that.
It's also worth pointing out that footsteps have gone through a big iteration in Squadron as well, in terms of like when you sprint in SC right now, it's, you get essentially you have the heel down and the foot forward making a noise, but now it's just one foot plan. It's also reading the context of the environment as well. So if you're on like railings, it will make railing noises and things like that. So we've gone from like a generic footstep noise to an environmental context noise.
I was just thinking, I bought these really nice pair of Jordan 1 comforts. It's the classic Jordan 1, but the sole's been redesigned for maximum comfort, and it's got this little like triangle shape cutout at the bottom, which is supposed to be great. But because I don't walk normally, like my gait is weird, that little triangle makes a suction sound when I walk. So I got really excited to wear them. They look great. They're super comfortable. When I came to the office, it's like every time I walk, and it's just, I don't wear them because
they're indoor shoes now.
I can't. And I get other people to check them out. I would look online. Nobody else has this problem. It's just I walk wrong.
Is there a leaflet for that?
I don't know. No, not for that one.
If you want to sell them, there's some people who pay good money.
When weapons like the pulverizer have a slowdown effect from having them equipped on the back, are there plans to give them weapon inertia as well, as in they handle slower than other weapons?
So just to start off that, they don't have a slowdown effect. They just weigh a lot, and depending on how much weight you have on your character moves slower. Mm-hmm. So we don't do like this gives you a 20% movement speed debuff just because you have this weapon on. It's systemic. There's weight. The more weight you have, the more you slow down. But yeah, go on with the weapon inertia. Do you want to handle it? Because I can.
Well, the thing is, I thought this had come last, so I thought I'd have done my spiel on.
So one thing we're talking about with the armor work is essentially having it so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the heavier the weapon is, the more weapon inertia you get. So if you've got heavier arms, it's easier to handle heavier weapons. So if you're wearing like light arms and you have an LMG, you'll essentially have a lot more weapon sway. Think with the Fresnel, how long that takes to correct the sight picture. That's an example of something that, if you had light and you picked up heavy, it's a way of saying, cool, you want to fit in the archetype, that fantasy of being like, oh, I'm a super heavy armor wearing, I've got my LMG, I'm walking in a location, versus like, oh, I'm light and I've got a pistol. Because as you know, in real life, the shorter the barrel of a weapon is, the lighter it is, the easier it is to move around. Like I was talking to Luke about this, and the reason why pirates always have short swords is because if they're on boats and they're killing people close, that's why they have short swords. That's why people clear runes with like pistols and SMGs and things like that.
All right, we're gonna get to your question since it sets up. I want to.
I mean, he's kind of right. If I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, folks who are actually former military, but like one of the downsides of clearing rooms with assault rifles is that they're fucking long. So carbines are a lot better because they're shorter, so they're easier to handle and shorter stuff. Because I know there's not really any SMGs that are used in the military anymore, except for like specifically guard duty, and even then I think it's still rifles. But like, yeah, there's a reason why there's carbines are a big fad in the military, because it's just easier. Yeah. Easier to wield because it's shorter. Take a rifle over anything. It's just more stopping power. But I mean, the reason why so many like urban security folks use like SMGs is because it's a lot of firepower in a small amount, and you can literally hide some SMGs in a coat. There's that small, so it's easier to maneuver them. I'm not short, you're short. US standard issue is just having a short as fuck barrel, which also reduces lethality per hit. All right.
I'm gonna preface this. This is actually 3 questions.
Yeah, it is 3 questions I'm answering here.
It is 3 questions. So, you got your notes, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, I want to show you. Can you see this? This is the notes for this next question. This is all one question here. It goes on to the next page. It's all more question. Yeah. It's that much. You wrote that much, Luke. So.
Hey, we're bringing content, you know what I mean?
So at this point, I'm going to ask these questions, and then Sam, Zach, and I are going to go get a beer.
Can you get me one?
Okay. All right. No. So these are 3 questions. 3 questions that all have one combined answer. Okay. Question 1. How will the upcoming armor rework make it so armor choice is more diverse? Question 2. What benefits are planned for players who wear light and medium armor in PvP and high-end PvE environments versus heavy armor? Currently, the movement bonus obviously doesn't typically offset the damage reduction of heavy armor. And question 3, with the addition of crafting armor coming, what's the progress on armor functionality? Armor roles like tank, recon, heavy scanning, stuff like that. All right, you ready?
I am.
You ready? All right. We should give. We don't have like a single camera for Luke, do we? Oh, we do. There we go. Excellent.
Which one is it? There we go. Okay. So progress.
This is one of those reasons why specifically I said, pay attention to Luke. Luke is an OG. Luke has been around the community long enough, and he isn't just around the community. He hangs out on Twitch and watches YouTube. If you've seen an FPS player play the game and has any sort of traction, there's a high likelihood that Luke has watched them at some point. Because Luke is very much a fan of that gameplay style, and he is very, very receptive to those things. He reached out to me a couple of times when I was just bitching in stream, being like, "Hey, can you answer what your problems were like this, and this?" And I said, "Sure." I typed it out to him. I think it was through Twitch even. He said, "Thank you, I'll pass it along." It was just a quick, like, he saw me bitching about something, asked me for more specifics, so I wrote it out in a way that he could pass it along or could show to his superiors to show those issues. So that's one of those things. It's like talking about like too many fucking choke points. Yeah. Listen, I know I know chat's having a moment about bullpups. I don't care. I still want my P4 bullpup. Okay? The P4 bullpup was dumb, and I still want to see it in the game. People love bullpups, man. Some people just fucking love bullpups. Oh yeah, if I can find the original, I'm for P4. I will. Is this the original one? I think this is the original one. Here we go, baby. The very first original P4. Ah. What the fuck is that? It's a scope with the like, oh, it's so sucking stupid. I love it. And the counter is on the side. This is the old one that was actually released. Before they introduced the new design. This is the old design. Like the jokes that it was a space G36 is still there. It is a space G36. I'll show you. Here's an airsoft version of it, but it's basically the same idea. Remove the top rail. It's a G36. It's a G36 without a top rail. This, I think it was technically not a P8. It was just called the Bearing CQB. Was what it was called. And you know how many people would like swear would live and die by a bullpup version of a bearing weapon?
Progress is going great.
Finished.
There we go. Okay, so progress is going great.
Finished.
That's it. It's something I'm actively working on, and we've had multiple reviews to decide which stats I'm actually going to be able to play with. Because one thing we don't want to do is ruin the game, like make it unbearable, you know, by just making things worse.
Well, I mean, the idea is it's supposed to be a CQC rifle. The idea, and I think that's the reason why they go one of the bullpup, because the idea is that you can carry it like this. If the bullpup is in the back, the barrel isn't that long, so you can carry it like a rifle, and it can function. It's a rifle damage with SMG sort of behaviors, but it can also you fire a fucking rifle round. I can see them do that in terms of like a cross between the P4 and the P8. The P8C, I think is what it's called, the civilian version.
So there's lots of things we're doing to like improve things as well.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
So an armor-piercing P8SC, but with shorter range. Yeah. With a drawback of weight. Yeah. Especially if they're adding weight stuff, it would just be heavier.
It's so hard for me
Well, you
not to
look
say
so
something.
skeptical.
I'm going to bed.
I had something so snarky I wanted to say right there, but you
Okay.
go ahead. You mean?
Like design-wise, I think we're like 90% there. I've just got to pitch some of the non-systemic perks. You know, the perks you get for wearing a full suit of armor and stuff. Because we've got most of our the perks are.
What, a 50 cal? I've always said that CIG just needs to put a fucking 50 cal. Just a straight up M2? The Modus. it's up there with the joke. Like there's an old joke about it's a story. It's like it's done as a story where it's like a Marine is issued the orders to put down the Martian rebellion, and he's given a standing weapon, and on the side of this weapon it says Verdun, or like Bellow Wood, Iwo Jima, like it's just like scratch the names of everywhere it's been, Iraq, Afghanistan, and then he scratches into the side Mars. The two things that would survive longer, would survive into the universe, is the fucking M2 and the fucking B-52. The joke that they will never die. I mean, the M2's already got a fucking impressive record. That thing has been around since 1908 or 1910. Oh, it's 19. Technically, it's the 1919. Okay. So, no, not 1919. What was it in? I'm looking at it right now. 1918. It was designed in 1918, and it has been in active service for over a century, and it is never going to be pulled out of service. Fuck. I mean, Ukraine, they were still using goddamn Maxim guns from like 1890s. M2 is 1921. Okay. Yeah, okay, produced in 1921. It was designed in 1918, though.
Actually quite systemic. So for stealth suit, actually each piece like blocks the emissions of your body and stuff. So like you have to have a full thing, and then suddenly you're stealthy. But the perks where you have to make something up, like I don't know. I'll give like being able to.
Well, it's let's say if you have a full stealth suit, right, might get like a massive bonus to hiding your emissions.
Yeah.
Like as an example, something that makes sense within the context of the armor.
Mm-hmm.
Something that's more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like it's the more gimmicky.
That is my headcanon too, Jaded. The stiletto. The I forgot the name. It was like Aaron Michaels or something like that. I'll look up the actual name. Ariel Harmon stiletto was basically just a rocket capsule or like a space capsule with guns. And I'm like, yeah, it has the M2s. Fuck it, it has the M2s.
Things I'll
set
say,
bonus type
but
stuff,
I don't really want to go into it because I'm not pitch them. But right, so our main aims with the armory factor are to give players reason to wear flight suits, light, medium, and heavy armors. Give players reasons to wear the combat versus utility armors, because that's been a big distinction now.
The Fury is basically a modernized version. I mean, the reality is that what they were describing the stiletto as was a tube launch fighter. And of course, we're talking Chris Roberts and Star Citizen here. What's the most famous tube launch space fighter in the universe? Nothing but the rain. Nothing but the rain. The Viper, of course. The Colonial Viper. It is a Colonial Viper. It's a Colonial Viper down to the fact that the Colonial Vipers looked like they had giant, like, NASA vernier engines on them,
The two of those, to give players a reason to change armors based on their intent, and that's for specializations we were talking about in SitCon 2 years ago. So I'll go into some of those later. and then give individual armor pieces a purpose, so that, like, you know, arms aren't just useless cosmetics and stuff. You know, each piece of the armor has stats with it that you don't get with the others. So, like for me, and I think for you as well, like the most important things is nailing those weight classes.
Yeah,
the feel of those weight classes. It's
very much so. Like I last time I heard it's about the legs, and you.
Also, I know the kill shot or the sure shot is the name, but it's not a fucking name. That's the AK-47. It's the legally distinct 30th century of the AK-47. It is the AK-47. You will never ever change my mind that is not designed by Kalashnikov himself, simply dragged into the future. Not him dragging the future, but like the idea is that this is just some dumbass had his AK when he was out in fucking deep space, first colonization back in the 22nd, 23rd centuries. And that just kept getting passed down. And eventually they're like, let's just try to modernize this shit. Let's add a space gun to it. Let's add a laser gun to it. It's just a fucking modified version of it. It's just a modified AK.
Get like you get mass reduction, right? That's so if you have heavy legs on, then your overall mass gets reduced because it's easier to walk and things like that. So it's like you don't just become instantly a tank because you've got the thing on. It's like, cool, I've got these legs, I don't want to be weighed down too much, I want to be able to like move faster, still my heavy, but that'll have other offsets obviously.
Almost like a exo suit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just the support that it gives. Right now we have this funny situation where if you were wearing entirely heavy armor, you had a full backpack on, all the attachments, and then you took your leg armor off and you just had naked legs. I mean, in real life, you'd crumple under that weight. But in the game now, you are faster because you weigh less.
Yeah.
And that's obviously something we want to get rid of. So like if we like focusing on that, like the way we're going to make lights versus mediums versus heavies and flight suits, like very different.
I also would love to have a space lever action. I think a lever action is fantastic. One of my main weapons I use in Helldivers is the lever action rifle. Lever actions are still popular today for civilian use, 100% in the distant future. There's no reason why not to. It fucking works. They do their fucking job. They're very efficient and they're really easy to maintain.
And actually a choice you make is there's damage mitigation. We're going to up the damage mitigation on mediums and heavies to give you a higher TTK.
Beyond.
Say it. A lever action's great. We still have fucking muskets. People will still use smoothbore muskets for like hunting and shit like that. And rifled muskets, mostly rifled muskets, but like that shit was like last popular 200 years ago. If it fucking works, but fucking works.
What they are right now.
Beyond where they are now, yeah.
Which gets obviously offset with crafting.
The first time I shot a 45-70, I bricked in my jeans. Yeah.
And the improvements that come with weapons. So.
Yeah, so me and Deck, who was on crafting, are in this interesting situation where obviously you only have between 0 and 100 to play with, and we're having to like meter out and share the percentages we can go up. Yeah. So I can go up to this, and then crafting will take you up to this. So yeah, that's an interesting thing to have to take into account.
You can build better weapons, and you have to be able to build better armor.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. It's a constant arms race, yeah.
Or you just hit them with
or a legs race.
The combat crosshair, which is it's going to primarily be on combat suits, helmets. So like,
I looked up modern lever action rifles. They look stupid as shit, and I love it. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I mean, I get the idea. Like I understand the point of having a magazine. It's that you don't have any space here to store the rounds like you normally would with a lever action. So you're kind of freeing up more space on top, but that seems needlessly complicated. Though, as someone else said, if you do have a misfire, you can clear it with a quick cock rather than
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Valisat just resubscribed for 23 months.
Thank you so much, Valis, for that 23 months of support. You're very important, Pupper. My name is Paul, Berserker1, Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got to go to them for you. How y'all doing? Then I loaded my old black powder cannon with a 9 pounder as Naves entered my state-of-the-art spaceship. Listen. I am okay with some musketry in my space game. You're talking to the wrong person, Saint. I am the guy who's like, give me boarding axes. I want a boarding axe. Give me better melee in Star Citizen. Why does that make a lot of sense? Well, I don't have to reload an axe. And I can charge you down a corridor faster than you realize I'm there, and I can smash you in the head with an axe. Dude, it's already hard enough to keep you alive when you try to punch everyone at Orison. Yeah, if I miss, I don't damage the hull. That's what I'm saying. Give a ballistic shield and an axe, and I will. Yeah, there we go. What about getting a boom hammer? That is pure science fiction magic, and I don't think CIG has the balls to do that. To create a rocket hammer, a Fallout 4 / Warhammer 40K power hammer. Yeah, no. Lightsabers. Yes, we do also need lightsabers. Legally distinct lightsabers. That's why I like the there's the knife that has like a laser edge blade to it. You can do something like that. Listen, Saint. It's gonna get weirder. As I've always said, lore is not created in a vacuum. Lore is created specifically to answer the questions or to help fill out things that the developers themselves are interested in. So the writers will write things down that the developers want to happen to make it interesting. And holy fuck, there is some exotic fucking weaponry that they have talked about. Like chemical weapons. Not like, oh yeah, I fire a chemical. No, I mean like, imagine firing acid bullets, where you fire a acid at an enemy at a distance that just goes through their armor. Or like, how about you fire a high, like a what is it? It's like a neutron accelerator rifle where you're just firing cancer at people. That's not very realistic. I know it's not realistic at all, but that shit's in the lore. There was an original microwave cannon. There was. Let me look it up. It's called the Firestorm Cannon. Not only did it exist in game, but we have multiple angles of it. They called it the microwave gun. So the best way I can explain Star Citizen in terms of its FPS appeal is that CIG wants to go with realism, but wants to cross over into weird 80s style imaginative weaponry. So they want to have you being able to pick up a weapon and fire it like it would be a ballistic weapon. And they also want, your classic space laser, which is really just a bullet, but it's now made of light or made of energy bullets, which is, your typical weaponry that we see, that it's energy weapons. But they also want other things as well. They want to go into those more exotic weaponry that people can do, the Quake UT style things. They want to try to bridge the gap between those two, where it's not all just we're going to be super realistic, but it's not all we're going to go fucking crazy.
Not everyone is getting that anymore, which is kind of the way it's done right now until we figured out flip the page.
Crossbows and lever actions aren't sci-fi. Chewie would have a question about that. Wookiees casters, what are they called? Caster rifles, which are just crossbows. That's why the crossbow exists. The bowcaster, thank you. It's just a Wookiee broadcaster. Chewie's in a science fiction fantasy movie in which Star Citizen is very influenced by science fiction fantasy. Later, Arky. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, we've been talking about cool stuff. Watching the FPS games play stuff. Hope you had a good time.
The ability to have your MFDs cast to the visor, which I think everyone has right now when they sit in the ship, that's going to be for flight-specific helmets. And ship handling as well will be impacted by wearing medium or heavy armors. So that means that your inputs are slower. So if you make a hard turn, it will take it slower if you've got medium and heavy armor on.
G-force resistance.
And G-force.
Also, they had lever action weapons in Firefly, which is space, but a space western. Remember, like the real thing that is it's important to kind of grapple is that CIG is effectively going for the panacea of all science fiction. They want a little bit of all the science fiction tropes and science fiction genres into Star Citizen. It's just going to be situational and regional. So there's going to be places where it's a sci-western, some places where it's like Minority Report. Some places where it's like Aliens. It really depends on where you are in the universe. We have a Space Revolver coda. I still think if they turned the coda into a caseless ammunition, I think it would be a really cool thing. Because right now it ejects the entire fucking bullet when you fire it.
Force as well will be lower in those suits, so you'll pass out quicker. We're also increasing the G-force tolerance in things like the combat and racing flight suits, so it's not all just a negative. FPS radar, when that comes, that's going to make a huge difference. It's between the weight classes for a start, because that's going to... FPS radar, pass out quicker. So if you make a hard turn, it will take it slower if you've got medium and heavy armor on.
G-force resistance.
And G-force as well will be lower in those suits, so you'll pass out quicker. We're also increasing the G-force tolerance in things like the combat and racing flight suits, so it's not all just a negative.
Yeah, the code is dumb because it has an ejection animation. Like, you don't need that. You don't need an ejection bullet animation. It's a revolver. That's not how revolvers work. And you just make it a caseless ammo revolver, and it's like, there's no case to eject. You just slop in new weapon, new, close it, fire, 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 slot in new, fire, fire, fire. You don't have to empty shit because it's all bullet. And before anyone goes, yeah, but we have caseless ammunition right now. It's just got heating problems. It's not ideal. We're in a space science fiction setting. Caseless ammunition's fine.
FPS radar, when that comes, that's going to make a huge difference. It's between the weight classes for a start, because bigger things, they're noisier. You'll hear them on your passive radar.
A good example is combat helmets are seen as the default right now because they're the main archetype that we have online, but that will make more noises and emissions, so you'll get less feedback, but then you'll...
I do think that, like, you joke about caster shells, but, like, would love to see different shells, different types of ammo. They've already talked about, like, incendiary ammo, anti-armor ammo. I want chemical ammo. Like you shoot at somebody and it actually poisons them, so, like, they actually have to, like, get patched up. Anti-personnel, where you're shooting at a non-armored target, like hollow points kind of stuff. EMP ammo, yeah. Oh yeah, I'd love to be able to individually load, so you can, like, pop open it and put a single bullet in. Like, it, you don't even have to do a crazy animation for it. Just having the option of being like, load this bullet, this bullet, this bullet, this bullet, and this bullet. That's not very realistic for the space sim. I don't care.
Obviously be quiet and less picked up by radar and scanning and things like that.
Yeah, if you wear lights, like, you'll all have the same strength radar, but being light gives you the ability to get so many meters closer before you're picked up. And we keep alluding to this, but I'd say the most important feature is the mass mitigation, and that affects the weight affecting the player. Like, you weigh more, obviously, the whole thing together weighs more, but if you have, like, heavy arms...
I don't think Star Citizen is space fantasy. I do think it's science fiction, but I think it's science fiction in the same way that, like, it's a space drama or a space opera. It's a space opera. It's that sort of thing. Everything is big in Star Citizen. The ships are big. The danger is big. Everything is big. That's very operatic, very dramatic, very over the top. Not over this one. I'll go over the Sean Tracy interview on Monday. So. Gundam is space opera. You need players and forces for space opera. We have 0 people and 0 story. Yeah, we have story. And it's not just story, it's also setting. One of the reasons why Gundam is... You could take a look at Gundam and understand that it's a space opera without ever seeing the story. Just seeing clips of Gundam lets you see that. The scale of the colonies, the size of the suits, the sweeping shots of space, the gigantic vehicles. Like, just seeing clips of Gundam, you could understand that it's a space opera. Just like you can see clips of Star Wars and understand it's a space opera. The Expanse is also a space opera. They're all very in that sort of like genre, outside of the fact that their stories are also space opera genres. So Star Trek 2008 versus Roddenberry. Yeah. Like, Roddenberry is more grounded, and it still has some operatic aspects to it, but it's ironically more closer to hard sci-fi than it is to crazy stuff, because they were using stuff they had. Like the actual science that they had at the time, especially in the next gen. They just went crazy later. And as I always say, when people go, well, this is a realistic space game. Yes, with our bird aliens flying World War II speed airplane ships, one of which is a space crab, which is piloted by tree people. We're Farscape, guys. It's Farscape.
And then a heavy core and heavy legs, and then you've got a railgun in your arms, right? That'll be fully supported, no added weight to the player. But then if you start taking pieces off or making them like a lesser weight, that will start, like the percentage that those arms can take will get less and less. Like, if you take your legs off, like, it doesn't matter what your arms can lift, because your legs are still taking the weight of that thing completely.
Yeah, it's very nitty gritty, this obviously, but we still do have like high level archetypes as well. So like things like having like medic armor and things like that are
this is
in the weeds, but we also do have the high level ideas of like different combat armors, different, like we have the scanning armor and things like that. What's it called, the hunter armor and things like that, which obviously.
I always like to point this out, because we did this last office hours, which is when Chris originally said space sim, what he was saying was not space sim as we know it today. He was saying space sim in terms of the traditional name of the genre that Star Citizen and Elite and X-Wing and those sorts of games were set in. They're not realistic, but they're set in space, just like Deus Ex is considered a what was it called? It was a sim. It was like reality sim or something like that. Immersive sim. The Deus Ex, the original Deus Ex was called an immersive sim. This is the problem with naming conventions in video games. People don't know what the fuck is being said because the naming conventions make no goddamn sense. Metrovania, Souls-like, they'll invent some fucking name for these big co-op games that are coming out, like Deep Rock Galactic and Left 4 Dead and that kind of stuff. Yeah, and the thing is that Chris was using 90s terminology to describe a game in 2012 when people, when they heard sim, thought Arma and DCS. So when they were like, oh, you're going to do this realistic, right? And he's like, I mean, yeah. That's what we did back when I was doing it originally. We tried to do it as realistic as possible. Flight sim, yeah. Friend slop. That's a good name for it, actually. I very much want FPS combat to be Arma. I don't think you'll see Star Citizen go for Arma for FPS. I think the closest you'll get to FPS Arma is that Arma is also a logistics game. It's not really a military sim as much as it is a logistics sim. It has, obviously, you go off and shoot things, but most of, like, if you ever do like a big PvE Arma group event, you spend the first hour just getting people set up because you need to like stage the helicopters and the vehicles, and then you need to like set up your comms and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so you know how long it takes. Like, and that's just not going to happen in Star Citizen, in a game that's trying to appeal to more of an everyman demographic. Not obviously not everyman, but trying to be more open with it. It can't have the clunk, and it can't have the sort of shitty charm, I guess is the way of putting it. As an owner of Arma games since Arma 2 and a lover of Arma, like, it's got clunk. It's clunky. And I don't think CIG wants to streamline the clunk. I think CIG wants to keep that logistics aspect. They want people to have to carry extra ammunition, to be able to prepare ahead of time, they want medical to be better than it is, all that sort of thing. But they don't want the gunplay and the like 17 different buttons you have to push just to fucking swap out at magazines. They want to streamline some of that stuff and make it more engaging to the average player. So they want to turn it into Call of Duty Light. I wouldn't say Call of Duty Light. I would say like Squad Light. I could see them looking at Squad, or like a more intense Battlefield experience, like Project Reality, which is what that turns into. I think you'll be able to revive yourself in a down state if you have the right gear, but probably not necessarily. You're either realistic or you're Call of Duty. There's no in between. That is so funny. Onikaji, he's just fucking with everyone. That's what he comes here to do. To make wild statements. We currently have no actual firefight. It sucks. It's just you see each other, then left click until one person dies. Yeah, there definitely needs to be, and what that means is that there needs to be less. Ironically, it should mean that we have less. We are more susceptible to, or not more susceptible, less susceptible to firepower. You should be able to survive long enough, and there should be more consequences. Like, people should be stabilizing themselves to aim and fire. There should be more weapon sway. There should be more controlling your breath. There should be more wounding, like getting wounded and having to pull back rather than just to get pushed up on. Yeah, that's the thing, is that high TTK is also unrealistic, but it's more fun. It's more engaging to have to pull back after you get wounded and then reassess and rework and that kind of stuff. That's what I said. It's like, ironically, it's more unrealistic, but it's more fun and engaging, and they're going to have to find a balance between those. I think generally they are probably looking, because I remember at one point they talked about how Squad was one of those things they were looking at in terms of the general direction that it wanted to go with, because Squad is pretty fast paced, but it is also more realistic. It's made by the people who did Project Reality, the Battlefield Project Reality mods. It's not super fast paced, but it's also not Arma. I've been in a 4v4 in Ghost Arena, went back and forth, probably 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah. But heavy, I upgraded my super heavy armor with Gundanium, and now I have 100% damage resistance. I don't think that's going to necessarily happen. I think you'll always have some resistance. You'll still have some things. It just means that now you have Gundanium, and now I have to hit you with a railgun. So I have to make sure I have some anti-armor penetration rounds or anti-armor weaponry that I can carry around if I need to deal with heavy people. It also means you move at 2 miles a second. Not 2 miles a second. 1 mile every hour. You know, you're moving like 2 steps. And weapon sway is going to be go like crazy kind of thing. Yeah. So you put your super heavy armor into a hallway. It's like, and give them a machine gun. It's like, cool. I'm not getting through that unless I can crack your armor. Again, logistics. It forces players to plan. And if you didn't plan ahead, you fucking stupid. You should have planned ahead for heavier attacks. I mean, one of the easiest answers to that is just make them have armor, or our armor. Make them have power. Make the heavier armor require power sources. So you have a time limit for where you can use them, especially if you're moving around a lot, and you have to recharge them every so often. I think what they call the super heavy is going to be ICT evolutions. Oh, the Zeus system? Possibly. They used to. That was kind of the original plan. Was that the mechs in Star Citizen were just going to be the maxes from PlanetSide. Actually, I think PlanetSide is a good example. CIG was also looking at PlanetSide and heavily referred to PlanetSide when they were talking about Star Citizen's FPS style. They used the max suits from PlanetSide as an example of what they wanted Titan suits to be.
We're like way better at scanning and things like that. So there's some like very high level, easy to understand stuff, and then you have this stuff which is down in like the nitty gritty weeds of it.
Yeah.
Like reducing the amount of times you're going to see somebody in a hospital gown carrying around a railgun.
Exactly.
So if you want to be able to keep a railgun up and on your shoulder and use it, you're going to need to actually increase the mass of your armor in order to have that
benefit,
support. The support system to you, so make it possible for you to carry it.
Yeah. And finally, this is finally on
this is
point.
not finally, by the way.
No.
You have and finally written in here 3 times.
Yep.
Luke, this is not and finally.
This is
not and finally.
And finally on the weight class. Right, because this is what we're talking about. Weight classes, they span all of these architect types and that, like, you know.
Yeah, Camille get into the Gundam, yeah.
You can have a heavy medic, maybe. So EVA, controversial maybe. EVA will be removed from undersuits as it is now, so everybody has it, having it, and put on some, but not all, flight suits and cores. And we'll be introducing an EVA backpack. For those who don't have EVA built into the suit, or if you do have EVA built into your suit and you just want more fuel and more oxygen, you can also put that on as well.
It's a lot of, you're basically adding a whole lot of
the BB-12 man maneuvering unit. Finally getting it.
Choice. Basically a whole lot of tactical decisions between what you wear. It's not just going to be about rule of cool. It's you have to understand the situation that you're going into.
What we were just talking about.
Load out for that situation. Not just bringing the right weapons, but soon or
Like, if
when the time comes.
If you know you're going to like fight that you're Mondi, you might want to bring people with like more medic suits, for example, because you know you're gonna have to heal each other more and things like that. So it's just, yeah.
Of course, if you don't have EVA, you just bring your fire extinguisher, right?
Yeah. Okay. And final, no. So that's weight classes. There's a difference between combat and utility, that's a big difference. And that's mainly down to the mass mitigation, which you'll have more of on the utility. That will mean that combat armors are lighter to start with, right? But the moment you start loading them up, they get slower. Whereas utility armors start heavier, and then the more you load them up, the more they can take. So you kind of keep the speed you're running at with those.
Okay.
Whereas if you streamline yourself in combat, you'll always be faster. And also...
I assume there's different types of utility armor then.
Yeah, there's loads. Yeah. Which I will jump to now then. Right. Flight suits. We've got racing flight suits, amazing G-force resistance, really good environmental resistances. So, if you're racing in a car on all kinds of planets, you'll be fine.
And I hear that's the flight suits getting their G-force resistance is not necessarily a far away thing.
No, I think Yoga's working on it very soon.
Yeah.
But they have no radar. They're like super stripped down, no EVA, and really poor damage mitigation because they're basically just kind of levers. Combat flight suits, which do have EVA, they have better damage mitigation, bigger inventory, but slightly reduced G-force and poor environmental resistances because they're made for space, right? Then you've got the combat armors. You've got the assault armors, which make up the majority of our armors right now.
If you want to put new stuff out, you've got to have a crosshair at the minute, otherwise it doesn't feel as impactful. But obviously that'll be revisited when we get more archetypes in.
Yeah, it's definitely our biggest section of armors we currently have. And these are the pure combat armors. We've got the best at absorbing damage, good radar for finding humans, and but they'll lack EVA.
Yeah.
Can you find creatures too?
Yep, yeah. Anything with a emission of kind of IR and EM.
Oh yeah.
But it's not resource. They do not have resources, so you're not going to be finding minables with those. Stealth armors, again, we've talked about. They reduced emissions and sounds. What are you reading the red pen?
I haven't seen how much is left.
No, just that. The hunter armors we've talked about is the only combat armor to have EVA, and it has an amazing radar for finding people.
Is hunter armor in game? I see a DCP core hunter camo. Is the Antium? Is that the hunter armors I talked about? Okay.
See you come in more though, and it has less damage mitigation. Utility armors. Right, I'm going to actually breeze through these because I don't want to spend too long actually. Right, medical can scan health. So when you do a scan, it will show you the health of people around you and various other things, and it can locate downed players from much further away, like specifically, that's its thing.
So if you have medic armor.
Yeah, so if you do a scan, you're going to pick up the down players that you wouldn't normally pick up just by IR and EM. There's engineers, and they can reveal the positions and health of components. No, just this one. And resource specialists, these are like the salvagers and miners. We have an amazing resource radar. And hopefully we'll reveal details about minables that you would otherwise have to go up to and scan, like from a distance.
So you can be on the surface or whatever, scan, send your ping out and see the things. You don't have to go to it to find out.
I'd say it's more for being in caves where there's that kind of distance. It's still a distance to go, but if you scan and then focus on a rock that is like 50 meters away, you might get some more information than that otherwise you would have to. Yep. And then you've got the Explorer, which is like the jack of all trades. It's got kind of good utility. It's got the crosshair. It's got good environmental resistances, and it can scan resources. Its damage resistance is fine, but it's not a combat armor. And then you've got all the other kind of very specialist things. You've got EVA, heat, cold, and radiation. And they hopefully speak for themselves.
Thank you for everyone who's still here.
No, I really I appreciate this, Luke. It's
a huge spreadsheet. It took me forever.
Yeah. How is the... Obviously, we've been talking about some aspects of what you've been talking about, which you just talked about, we've been talking about for 2 years now.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you want to give like a general progress? I'm not saying a when. Don't answer a when question.
Like I say, I think like 90% of it's done, and maybe even more. I've got a few more things to clear when it comes to those perks. The things that make them stand out, and again, a little gimmicky, right? All this that I've talked about is signed off, right? Once I've got those perks sorted, it's just off to code to do estimates, and then we see where it fits.
Okay. So still in the design phase.
Still in the design phase.
Some of these are going to could seriously change gameplay. Not having MFD projections means you have to sacrifice 2 MFDs for that function. Big change for ship combat. The idea is that they want to have players specialize, and they're going to have some of those downsides. As they said, right now, a lot of the stuff is sort of and that's the thing, is for the sake of, because they don't have all those things in there, everything has a crosshair, but there'll be some armors which they'll go back to and say, no, we're removing the crosshair. And they'll make it to be more generalist, that kind of stuff. Yeah, a pilot should be able to wear pilot gear. Generalists should be wearing generalist gears. Combat specialists should be wearing combat stuff. Like, if CIG wants to do it, they could go as granular as they want to with the abilities of different armors, because that's sort of what you should do. Players have different play styles, so there should be things like stealth armor, but there also should be things like smuggler armor, where you're able to like conceal things from other players. There should be things like bounty hunting armor, where you have like things that are more specifically geared towards bounty hunting, where you can like ping and find players, but you can also maybe have an inbuilt scanner to decide to see if they have players, but even NPCs if they have warrants, that kind of stuff. Yeah, if you're flying around in heavy armor, you're gonna black out more often. Yeah.
I've run this all by code, and they like have ballparked it, but
yeah. Okay. Sam, how has the new focus on dungeon-style content, we call them operations, but the question says dungeon-style content, changed design goals for FPS gameplay?
So the quick answer is they haven't, really. We've changed what content we are trying to make currently, because before we started making the dungeons, we didn't really have any. And we've been taking a lot of time to try and start constructing these more defined locations where we want to take players through an experience. But that doesn't mean that we're going to stop making any of the other sort of more contested zones, PvP-oriented areas. That's still very much a thing that we're focused on. It's just...
But I will go also say, everything that we just talked about, where we're just like, well, we need more. That's the whole point of armor rolls. Armor rolls makes it so that you have to pick. there is a downside. And as somebody who has been screaming at CIG that we want consequences, I'm glad for that. There should be consequences, but there should be benefits. And a lot of people are not going to not going to like the idea that the things that they have right now, which is just standard, are going to go away because they had picked the wrong armor roll. But people will adapt. People will figure out, oh yeah, no, we just need to do this or that, the other thing. I do think that it's going to be a lot less than people think, but yeah.
We're trying to counteract the amount of content that is just general outposts versus defined.
I don't think Star Citizen players necessarily pour change as much as the average public would. It does happen, but I think most of us just want the game to be finished. They say most of the armors right now in game are assault combat armor. They also said that they want to review back and maybe turn some of those assault combat armors into just generalist armors. Like, I imagine a lot of the Castac stuff will end up becoming generalist armors. The queerness stuff will probably be more specialists, so it'll move over to being specialists. The Clark defense systems should be assault combat armor because it's Clark defense systems. But
Experiences. We want to basically go from where previously we made locations to show off features to just making locations that make use of features. Or just cool locations, because I wanted to make a big ring station that you can ride a gondola around, so I did it, and that's coming out this month.
It's so sick.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Rockcracker.
It's so sick.
what do you say?
A gondola around, because I wanted to make a big ring station that you can ride a gondola around, so I did it, and that's coming out this month.
It's so sick.
Let's talk a little bit about Rockcracker. It's a little off the topic here. Folks who are in PTU, are seeing that there's essentially at this moment there are three kind of different versions of these breaker stations.
Yeah.
There's ones that don't currently have a rock in them, and those will be for a variety of sandbox missions that actually come online about 2 weeks after 4.7 releases.
Yep.
So 4.7 will release hopefully towards the end of this month, and then about 2 weeks later there'll be another content drop that releases an entirely new suite of mission content that will utilize these third versions of breaker stations. I realize I'm starting on 3.
Yeah.
But then there are 2 versions of the breaker stations that have these giant, enormous rocks in the center, and one is more like a contested zone kind of thing. It's like players have seen with Line of Mine and Stormbreaker and stuff. It is, you get the mission and everybody has these locations. They're on your star maps. You go and it's
The contested ones aren't on your star maps.
the contested ones aren't on the star maps.
No. So the way they work is that we have multiple instances, basically. Not instances.
Yeah, you can't use that word yet.
Not instances in actual instance, but a version of a mission that's at a location. And so basically 5 groups of players can go to each one at a time. And we have multiple locations that they can go to. And the expectation is that you should be taken to one where someone else is, and you should fight for the stuff, basically.
So that's a bit more chaos in those
Yes.
ones. A bit more of that PvP.
It's for people who want to do PvP and who don't want to spend the high price of entry for the exclusive ones.
And that brings us to the third one, which are these
Sam fixes the transit system with gondolas. Is that on the people's refueling stations now as you travel through gondolas rather than elevators?
exclusive ones.
Yes.
These ones are also not available on the star map. You have to earn the right to purchase the locations to these versions of the breaker stations, and those allow for only the people you share them with have it. So a true PvE experience at these places. So it's a neat evolution of what we were doing last year and learning the lessons we learned last year, and always trying something new and stuff like that. So these 3 different versions of these breaker stations that are coming in 4.7 are pretty exciting, and always trying something new. It's
Definitely.
Yeah, with ASD, or with the Onyx facilities, we dropped roughly 600 of them, across planets. Always trying different things to see how to give something for everybody.
Yeah, we basically wanted to make sure that people who only want PvE should be able to get that, and people who want to fight for stuff can fight for stuff if they so desire.
Yeah. Now the flip side of that is that there won't always be a PvE version available.
Not always, but
won't be
we've placed a decent amount of them.
Yeah. So, and those are the kind of things we continue to tune throughout PTU and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And it will continue to evolve as the game goes on.
The rewards also got better. I improved them today.
Oh, nice.
I do think that they'll eventually, when they get to instancing, they'll actually instance most of these things. Like, I think that Onyx will just be instanced into a single location. They might do multiple locations, but like it effectively makes sense to be a single location narratively.
Anything you want to tell us about? Or?
Not specifically. Go find it.
Okay. Okay. Zach,
Yes.
this question,
Is this the doozy?
well, I don't know what you think is a doozy,
Yeah.
Okay.
but this question has come up
Okay.
on and off every year since it was first introduced as a concept back in 2013 when Shroud of the Avatar came online.
All right.
2013, 2014, I can't remember. Back with Richard Gary and Portalarium and stuff.
Too long.
This question is simply, how is the crossbow coming along?
Okay, so this was the first year that I got to basically plan out all the weapons, and the first one on the list, obviously, that always gets mentioned is the crossbow. So I can confirm that the crossbow is coming this year. The main reason I think that we got that crossbow was because Rich is an original Shroud of the Avatar backer, so he is very interested in getting his skin. So yes, crossbow this year. But I also want to tease some other cool weapons I want to go over.
Before we move off the crossbow,
Go on.
it's not just going to be available to the folks who pledge for whatever level of Shroud of the Avatar. There are versions of it going into loot for everybody.
I believe they get a specific skin
Yes.
if they were Shroud of the Avatar
Yes,
backer.
but the crossbow.
And I know people are shitting on the crossbow, but crossbows have been around since the fucking before this century. Not even century, before not even this millennia. What this Annus Domini. First crossbows were invented like in the BC. Thousands and thousands of years ago. Hundreds of years, yes. And fun fact, they were used in World War I. They used them as an attempt to do trench warfare. I think it is a repeating crossbow. It's a magazine-fed crossbow.
So a weapon this cool is going to be made available to everybody who plays Star Citizen today, either through loot or through a bundle.
And if they stick to its current lore, it'll have a good armor penetration as their bonus. Plus, it'll be stealth, so you won't hear it. All you'll hear it coming in is whoop, or a tongue.
Or whatever, or if you did pledge at those
Yeah, we got 4-7 is in wave 3.
specific Shroud of the Avatar levels, that specific skin, and the process of how you claim those will be made available to you when it comes time to add it to the game.
Yep. So cooler than the new guns. There is one with space blanking, like we said, space AK.
Are you just gonna move on to other new weapons?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Crossbow's a crossbow.
No, talk us about
Yeah, so there's space blank, which is space kind of based on a real gun sort of thing that people really like. We got loads of people like the space AK. We've got a lever action rifle. We've got.
You're adding more space versions of existing weapons.
Yes.
Okay, so like you did with the space AK.
Correct.
There's going to be a space something or other.
Yeah.
You don't want to reveal right now.
No, because it's very cool and it's something that people mention a lot, and I think it's fun to find out. But just a little tease.
Like Space Godzilla.
Yeah, Space Godzilla, exactly.
Let me make everyone mad. Look into my eyes, chat. Look into my eyes. Are you ready? Space musket. Make that shit alien, though. Make that shit Banu. Ooh, a Banu space musket. Old-fashioned black powder, yeah. But make it alien. Make that shit alien. Make that shit Banu. Make that shit fucking craftsman. That thing looks like a fucking art piece as you blow somebody away. I have my Banu space musket just as the founding fathers of the UEE intended. The last one bleeds out on my floor because tri-bladed triangle bayonets are impossible to stitch up. I do think that we actually need, or the junk jet you're talking about, yeah. I actually do think we do need a like an arrestor system to slow people down from falling. It's a universal arrestor system.
Okay.
Or Mecha Godzilla.
A real thing.
Yeah.
Space Godzilla's a real thing.
Medgun pistol. I'm very excited.
Sorry.
Medgun pistol. We have a bullpup rifle.
Shoot your enemies.
You're glossing over this stuff. This is a med gun that...
I want to leave it at
Wait,
that.
wait, hold up. They're actually doing a bullpup? Are they bringing back the CQC? Chat. Okay, I have to pull it up again. I have to look it up again. Hey, how you doing there, Victoria? They do not have it on the what is this? Don't tell me this is a Star Citizen weapon. There's no way this is a Star Citizen weapon. Okay, I don't think it is. The Bearing CQB. That's how old this shit is. It was first made in 2015. It's almost a decade old. Are they bringing back the Bearing CQB? Is it really? They're bringing this back? Fuck yes. I was just joking. People will live or die by this damn thing. Tag me in Discord. Okay, let me see. What is this? What is this, actually? This looks cool. Banu musket. What caliber? I think this is a 5.56, though. It could be a 7.62. They used to have the full stats on, like, its full caliber. Because it was basically a P4 that was modified to be a bullpup P4 rather than a forward P4. You can actually see the smaller grip and everything like that. Yeah, it's over a decade. Knowing CIG, this is like a 50 cal. Would you like your 50 caliber fucking anti-personnel close quarters weapon? Would you enjoy blowing a hole through your friend from 2 feet away?
I want to say the name of it, and then as it comes out, you'll see like, okay,
All right,
cool.
so you're being intentionally obtuse.
Yeah, basically.
All right, send your letters
You've
to
met me
Zach
before.
Priest, care of 6 Manchester Goods Yard.
Yeah.
All right, so med gun pistol.
Medgun pistol, bullpup rifle, lever action rifle, and some more cool stuff later on as well. So that's some cool stuff that's coming this year. And well,
Ashley
sorry, let me
talking.
be clear. Our intention is that those things come this year. And yeah, there's some other stuff that's not just it. Like we also spoke about, you know, we've said, you know, we want an area denial grenade. We know that gadgets and utility are big requests and things like that. But those are the things that I want to tease now. There's more than that. As we delivered a lot of weapons last year, we want to also deliver a lot of weapon content this year as well.
Deliver a lot of weapons. You did nothing but fucking arc or the fucking, you did an entire range, but it was all the is it arc weapons? What are the name of those damn things? Volt, thank you. Volt.
Just casually drop. There's going to be a lever action, a 30th century lever action. Right.
Oh, the plan is that it's gonna have evolving geo as well.
Evolving
You switch
levers?
the fire modes and stuff like that. So leaning into like taking it and making it really cool and sci-fi.
And your intention is for this to come. All these ones that you mentioned. Intention.
Intention.
We all know how game
Yeah, yeah.
development works, but the intention is for all of these to arrive this year.
Yes.
Are we getting a tri-barrel lever action? Is this like you have a barrel and the actual like lever is actually just cocking the barrel?
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Jade Star Watcher just got a sub from Victura. VICTURA gifted a tier 1 sub to Jade Star Watcher. They have
you,
given
sub.
26 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much for that. They give that to Jade Star Wars. You're both very important bubbers. Very impressive. This is very impressive. You rock. Shots and cheers. Y'all shots and cheers. It's a tri-gun. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Let's see if chat can solve Zach's riddle about that gun in a bit. What he's talking about, like, it has evolving geo. He's talking about how, like, every time you pull the lever, it's going to change the, like, geometry of the weapon.
And some more other cool stuff we planned out this year in terms of like looking how much we delivered last year. What can we deliver this year that is exciting and is, you know, really fun?
He actually printed up some pictures.
Look, I wanted to do it. I had some pictures printed out here, and I was going to say, which one do you want to know about, chat?
Right.
And then,
You do have the close-up.
I'll let you. Yeah.
Okay.
Give me one you want to show.
okay,
Just give me one you want to show.
there's a really dumb. Well, you know what the top one is, but this is a hint.
No, over here because we got the close-up camera.
got this.
Okay.
Come here, bring it to me.
Go on,
Don't drop your microphone.
I won't. There you are. So there's a hint on the bottom of what it is.
A hint.
This is the picture. Go to the close-up. Go ahead. Let's see if it works. Okay. This is what he this is what he brought. So this is I'm assuming a space lever action
Space lever action.
and some railroad tracks.
And you'll have to figure out what that one is.
That's dumb as shit, and I love it. It makes no sense. That makes no goddamn sense. There's no way you would. What are you doing? Sitting there like jerking it to charge up the rails? You're just like to like charge up your fucking rail gun. What is this fucking Fallout? It's not COD shit. It's them being a little weird and funky with it. I don't know how the fuck you do a railgun with lever action. Listen, that's the only way I can see them doing it in a traditional way. I can see how they would actually do it though. How they would actually do it is that every time you pull the lever when you fired it, when you pull the lever out, it sort of cycles an electric charge. So you've got like capacitors that are sort of the like instead of the like bullets, you're actually just reloading a capacitor. So just a mechanical switch to a capacitor. Or heat sinks, something like that, yeah.
A fence.
No, come back.
Oh, you want me to pick it up? Oh no, don't sit on
No,
it.
just go sit down.
Okay.
Sit down.
Jared, no.
Sit down. In Saint 666,
someone
the
got it.
dumbest thing ever.
Someone got it.
Mom? Okay.
And that one is stocked, not shouldered as well.
Yeah, chat Chat, you got it.
How did they get it?
I just, you know what?
We are not subtle.
Geniuses.
I can't believe that my puzzle was horrifically obvious.
He's not a level designer.
Speaking about a MedPen gun, can we have the MedPen automatically switch back to the gun after being injected, like it already happens in Arena Commander?
Yes, that's one of the options that we do want to add.
Okay.
Yeah.
So next week or?
Sooner than you hope, but further than you'd expect.
Wasn't that a lever action shotgun though? The one that Arnie had in T2, wasn't that a lever action shotgun? I'm ignorant when it comes to how lever actions actually work. As far as I understand, they eject a round and then reinsert the new round from a cylinder when you cock it back.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Because I know the original Winchester
take
used
away
a
my space
cylinder where you
lasers.
like loaded the cylinder up with
But you can
bullets.
never, ever
Yeah.
take away my space game.
G Cooked just resubscribed for 17 months, 1700s, century of the Puckle gun.
Yes, thank you so much there. You're very important, Pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, yo. Shots and cheers. 17 months there. Whew, you cubed. That's your armor burning acid gun. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh. Is it a lever action sniper rifle? I'm trying to think. I think like mechanically the way it would work. Yeah, I would just feed the rounds in. I'm trying to think of a way that would work that would balance out its shots per minute. The only thing I can think of, and Zach can prove me wrong if he watches this later, is you would use the lever as a traditional loading in a slug. You'd load in a slug using the lever. But the actual charging mechanic is separate from the lever action. So it's a weapon that can do a lot of damage, but because all of the power is built up into the actual magnetic rails, the rail device, the rail section, you have to maybe it just doesn't, it'll fucks with normal like electronic stuff that you normally use for a lot, especially for like a lot of the 30th century weapons have some form of electronics built into them. So instead of having an auto loader, which would add space and weight, they just fucking threw a goddamn lever action shit in there. They definitely showed lever and a rail, so I don't know what hand waving mechanics they've come up with. Still stupid. Like, show me a place where modern militaries use lever actions and crossbows. Well, it's not just militaries. That's the thing you're getting in your knickers and a twist for, saying these aren't just military weapons. This isn't for Squadron. This is for civilians. We still sell crossbows. Crossbow hunting is still a thing that happens. People still use lever actions. They make modern lever actions for people to use.
Good.
God, sometimes I say things that get me in trouble, and sometimes I say things that I want to say things that would really get me in trouble.
Game development.
Let's see. Any progress on FPS item wear and tear, like armor tear or weapon misfire?
Yes. So in terms of weapon malfunctions and weapon overheating, every single weapon has that in Squadron at the minute. So every single weapon jams, every single weapon, well, the weapons that can overheat do overheat. That is fully implemented in Squadron 42, and it will be coming to the PU in the future.
Okay. I'm going to guess this is you, Sam. Would it be
Space frontiersmen. I mean, I don't know many cowboys that use coil guns as their go-to source for like range security.
possible to climb more stuff?
Yeah. Basically.
Oh, there's more to this, like SU boxes, ramps, and elevators.
Yeah. It's all
I
the
thought
fun
this
local
person just likes to go into the soft play.
It's we want to climb everything.
Is it possible to climb more stuff?
Yes, essentially. A lot of older content still probably won't be able to climb as much, but as we have a much larger level design team now, we are able to make more stuff climbable and also design stuff that's more traversal oriented.
Automated tools got a lot better as well.
That's also
Automated cover generation is now a thing. So
Paul, thank God you're here. Another settlement calls for aid.
level designers don't have to go and manually place a couple of points as well.
Yeah, that was
which is
awful.
very nice.
Yeah. Still have to double check it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know. Don't turn it all over to the machine like Amazon did.
Yeah, exactly.
What is the status on swimming?
Fully implemented in Squadron 42, will be coming to the PU in the future.
Okay. Easy enough.
Yeah.
We've said fully implemented in Squadron 42 a couple times.
Yes.
How different is FPS in Squadron? Yes, he's going for the paper.
Going for the paper. Rich said, don't get in trouble. He's like, I'll allow you to answer this one if you're not going to get in trouble.
Okay.
Now I've got to find it.
Challenge impossible.
So
Oh, God.
The question is, I'll cover for him while he searches for his paper. How different is FPS in Squadron 42 compared to Star Citizen, and what lessons from polishing there can we expect to come to Star Citizen?
Okay, so there has basically been a lot of work on the player character. So from minor things in terms of like the how actions automate into each other.
Okay, so it's a port over. Yeah. I've been saying this for years and people have been calling me crazy. Like, no, what you see in Star Citizen is just what was in Squadron 42 a year ago. There are some exceptions like server tech and obviously the stuff they're building in the last 2 years specifically for Star Citizen, but any new features and weapons and armor you see, all that shit's in Squadron. Maybe not all the armor. I'm sure the armor is also built for Star Citizen first, and they probably don't have a lot of that, but like they built specific gang armors for all of the different factions of Squadron. But that team is now, they don't have to make new armor sets for Squadron, so now they're making all those armor sets and armors for Star Citizen. The issue with the porting is more that they have to deal with like the server tech, and the back end for Star Citizen is very different from the back end for Squadron. Like you don't need to give a shit about like who owns what in the back end of Squadron because it's your fucking single player game versus having a dedicated back end service just for storing your gear and then you have to retrieve from that.
So we have something called the sprint toggle now, which is the default, which essentially means like if I'm sprinting and I shoot, I have sprint to fire, so I don't start shooting when I'm down here. It comes back up, it's natural, it feels good. Even the new sprint pose, which is like up here, which includes like head bob. All of these things massively improve the experience that you get to as you play the games. Like previously when we were doing in 2023, when we showed off all the FPS improvements at SitCon, where you think like backpack reload.
Whispers and Squadron really isn't really finished. No, yes and no. It's done. You can play through it. It just doesn't have all of the cutscenes or the things that they want to put into the scene, and they're just missing shit. They're not fucking with like FPS combat a lot, but it's more of a, do we have all the things we need? Again, this is from what I've talked to with a bunch of people. I don't know what the fuck happened a couple of weeks ago, but all of the people I talked to at CIG were just suddenly like, all right. Like a couple of weeks ago, it's like, okay, I guess they went on break or something. Oh, they have the flight model done yet, Aimless. They've said straight up that the flight model for Squadron is not going to be the same flight model for Star Citizen. I've said that for years, and people are like, that's stupid. I'm like, no, it's just going to be the case. They're not going to have the same flight model for Star Citizen and Squadron, especially as Star Citizen will evolve beyond that. Are you gonna go to Kalshi and start betting stuff, Saint, on the size of the day one patch? You want CIG to make $1 billion from insider trading?
Yeah, you think like ammo repooling and things like that. We're writing on these things in Squadron and obviously polishing them up for the release. And all of the things that we are working on in Squadron will come to the PU in future. The action matrix is the biggest one. We've got like sprinting while reloading. We've really been spending a lot of time dialing in.
People are going to not be ready for it because I think Squadron 42 is going to be so different from Star Citizen because all of the things they learned in Squadron, they'll have or attempt by the time Squadron's released to port over into Star Citizen, and Star Citizen's flight model will, but from the fact that it's touched multiplayer, will change. So a lot of people are like, well, that doesn't make any sense because a lot of people are under the false delusion that Squadron 42 is simply a gateway drug to Star Citizen, to the point where other content creators who only lightly follow Star Citizen are reiterating that as well, as if that's CIG's plan. When, come here, come close, nice and close. Squadron 42 is its own game. It's always going to be its own game. Well, not always, sort of, but it was always going to be its own experience. And that experience was always going to be connected to Star Citizen, but it wasn't always going to be the same experience as Star Citizen. Squadron 42 is not the tutorial for Star Citizen. It's a separate experience. It's just set in the same universe. No, Squadron 42 is not an ad for Star Citizen. Squadron 42 is a game. It might get people interested in Star Citizen, but it's more like comparing Avowed to the game system, or the game, the universe that Avowed is based in, which is one of oh gosh, what is it called? I haven't tried 4.7 yet. Pillars of Eternity. Avowed and Pillars of Eternity are in the same universe. That's kind of how Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are going to be. They're obviously not the same. You know, it's more obvious with Pillars of Eternity because it's a completely different like perspective compared to Avowed, but it's the same sort of idea. They're both individual games that have their own individual ways of doing things. Titanfall and Apex. That's another way of looking at it, yeah. But do you still get citizenship for completing? We don't know. Probably yes. My guess would be an easy yes, because apparently the main story for Star Citizen is about as long as the main story is for Squadron, or they're planning on it. So it would make sense for people who already completed Squadron to be able to come in with citizenship for Star Citizen. Warcraft versus World of Warcraft, yeah. The thing is that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are both first-person shooter games. They use a lot of the same technology, so it's at this point it's very tempting to say, oh yeah, well it's just Star Citizen single player. It's like, not really, because it's its own game, and it'll have its own sets of games. It's just set in the same universe as Star Citizen. So there'll probably be, we know there's going to be at least 3 if CIG lives long enough. There'll be 3 of the Squadron 42 games, but they've also said that they don't want to just do Squadron 42. I would not be surprised if we saw Star Citizen Privateer, where they take the open world aspect of Star Citizen and set it inside of with a linear game story that takes place in a single player universe. I could 100% see Chris try to do that. Especially since there's clearly a market, because there's a lot of people who want that in Star Citizen right now. It's kind of like Squadron 42 is a feature-length Arena Commander game in Star Citizen. Yeah, sort of.
That FPS experience and making it feel really polished, and even like sprinting now, like it's a really big thing for me, because the gun goes down here, it goes off screen, you can't see it. When it's up here and you feel like you're running and things like that, it just feels a lot more polished. It's very nice. It's the FPS experience basically has been dialed in a lot more. There is a bunch of stuff which escapes the top of my head right now.
I think CIG could do a good 3 to 4 hour side excursion fun game. Squadron 4 or Star Citizen Black Flag, where you play as a pirate. That'd be a fun single player experience. The reason why they want to do single player experiences is because I think once they get Squadron out, it'll be relatively easy to take the assets they have in Squadron and use them for other single player experiences. Or they can just put this in Star Citizen. They will put it in Star Citizen. It's just a matter of Star Citizen isn't the same. Star Citizen is a multiplayer online experience, and people don't play multiplayer online experiences for single player experiences. It's vice versa, you know.
But
You have your notes.
you know, I accidentally deleted the question. I realized.
Oh, you want to come over here?
Yeah, go on.
Come over here.
Go on.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
I'm
this
still
was
not all convinced that Star Citizen will be the real money for CIG. Maybe it'll make WoW money, but I'm not convinced. I don't think CIG Star Citizen will make CIG enough money to exist solely off of it. I think it was a good idea when they pitched the idea of doing multiple narrative experiences as a way of helping to fund the game universe as well. I think it's a good idea. And with the staff of 1,000 people, you could easily take small strike teams of about 50 to 60 people per 50, 60 people and have them put together their own little couple of hour experience that you could sell as an expansion for a couple bucks, or like a standalone game for like a couple of bucks. A, gives those juniors some senior level experience. B, it's a nice little cash influx because you're not going to be losing money because they're already working on the other games as well. And C, it adds more stuff out there in the universe so people can enjoy it and has a different experience to it.
This is one I had to ask Rich for very nicely.
There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you for. I get to sit in the chair.
Yeah, go sit in the chair.
Perfect.
You've been good today.
There you go. So yeah, as we said, with movement accelerations, melee improvements, that's a big one. So hey, you're not randomly going to go in front of you anymore. It's there's nicer animations there. How it follows up feels better. Weapons having consistent slots. So for people who have to constantly switch around and do those things, I know it's very annoying, but that is now like, cool, I have weapon 1, I have weapon 2. They have consistent slots. The action matrix. Oh yeah, for example, sprinting and med penning now. If you press sprint, you press your med pen button, your med pen, then you automatically go back to sprinting. So sprint toggle, beautiful. My favorite one, weapon raise 2.0. So as you know right now, if you go up to a surface, you do this. We now have a procedural back like that, and it's very, very nice. We've also moved the pushback point to the optic. So for people who want to aim over railings and shoot over railings, you can now do that. The FPS experience overall is far more smoother to play. FPS AI has basically been overhauled. Francesco Riccucci and Chris Roberts have been themselves very involved in that process as well. Chris has been very keen on making the AI experience in Squadron, so they've been working very closely together.
I don't like it. I never liked when Chris does that shit, but I guess we know who to blame if the FPS AI in Squadron sucks ass.
Entirely new audio setup for guns. The guns sound absolutely amazing. The audio work on them has been incredible. Not just the sound that you hear, but also the mixing. So that's basically how loud shots are, how they feel. So if someone's down the other hallway and they're firing, it sounds like they're down the hallway. And it is honestly gorgeous. And yeah, all of that is planned to come to the persistent universe.
He's better than you.
Perfect.
He didn't even have his eye line right. He kept looking at himself on the screen.
How can I not look at myself?
You gotta look at the camera like this, see? You gotta look down the camera like this.
Yeah.
But he spent the entire time, he wasn't talking to you, he was talking to himself the whole time.
We've got a question in here.
No. Go back. Don't trip over stuff.
I'll try.
All right. Good job, Zach.
Thank you.
You kicked my cable out.
Oh, damn.
It's all right. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, shit.
I give you a topic.
Okay.
No.
All good.
We are almost out of time. We can squeeze a couple more in these. Why is the boom tube dealing so much damage?
Okay, this is, Rich told me to be very careful with this one as well, but I actually do have this one written down. Because Rich said you can't say, oh, it's not. So why is the boom tube dealing so much damage? Well, basically, as we said, we're going to be looking at balance, we're going to be looking at damage and those things, especially with crafting coming more online, especially with armor coming more online, like you said, with the heavy armor, with the mass resistance and things like that. But the hardest thing with the boom tube, obviously, is the diversity of vehicles in the game. The diversity of the health between a light fighter, a ground vehicle, a heavy vehicle is, it's a complicated game, especially when you mix all those things together. But most importantly, this is something we're looking at. I've already come up with a couple of ideas of what we want to do, like increasing the arming distance. Like there was a clip on Reddit recently where someone just shot it in a ship and the ship blew up because they were raiding on. But yeah, so it's something we're looking at and keeping an eye on. If you take a boom tube into an encounter, you're sacrificing a weapon slot. You're sacrificing the ability to, fight other people, fight other NPCs. So it's a heavy cost versus the reward you get for how slow the projectile is and how much spread it has.
We're also doing a bit of a refactor on the way explosions deal damage to actors, because right now an explosion deals 6 times the damage to the player because it hits their head, arms, legs, body. So you have to balance it weirdly, like so that one explosion would do like just 100 damage to that table, but to you would do 600 damage. So it's really hard to balance. So we're making it so that any explosion will do 100 damage to the player, divided by depends where it hits them, to how much damage they take, and it'll still just do 100 damage to an object.
Okay. Is med penning yourself in a down state still a planned feature?
Yes, that is still a planned feature, and the plan is to move it to the Adrena pen. So basically, if you get downed, you'll enter a down but not out state. That's also fully implemented in Squadron. But Squadron has expensive self-revive pens. It's obviously MMO, single player game. But yes, so that is still planned. And let me just check my notes, see if there's any other caveats there. But
you'll be an Adrena pen for rezzing other players as well.
Yes, that's the other bit. You'll need the Adrena pen for other people. Yeah, so you can crawl around on the floor. Traditional down but not out.
Okay. A down state. Yeah. Hunt Showdown does one. Arc Raiders does one. Basically, instead of you dying, you're basically bleeding out on the ground. So there'll be a state where you're down and you're crawling around, but you can still hit yourself up with a pen to get you back up. So it's basically different versions of down state. That's what they're talking about. So it's not like I'm dead, I can magically, using the force, heal myself with the pen. It's more like I'm downed, I'm crawling, and I stab myself with a pen to get myself back up. I wish they just show us how amazing Squadron 2 is rather than telling us these comments, but that would be a marketing campaign. Yeah, I know, right? Keep one thing in mind, that BioWare's games made more money each game they made. Inquisition was mid, in my opinion, but it made more than Mass Effect. I expect Squadron 42 to be similar. I also agree. I feel like once the name recognition happens, if Squadron 42 is good, and that's the big if, then Squadron 42 Part 2 will be much more well received than Squadron 42 Part 1, because people will have enjoyed the first game and play the second game, and Part 3 will be even bigger. Now, if CIG can stick to landing with a third part is the question. But if they did little side things where, as Tree has been talking about forever, sixth platoon instead of Squad 42 is like you're a Marine and it's more tactical kind of stuff, Republic Commando style, then, yeah, that might do well. I still think an idea of like a Star Citizen or Squad 42, Star Citizen Privateer, or like a Black Flag sort of gameplay where it's kind of shorter stuff, A Band of Brothers style game, yeah. It's not my bag, but Reddit is throwing a fit saying this kills meta gameplay. Not really. But I'm also of the opinion that people want medics to be a thing, and medics will never be a thing. Even though they said specifically that they have a plan for medics. I'm like, I don't know how you do that unless you take fucking Acre. You take Arma, and you take the Arma medic system, and basically port that over. And CIG seems to be reticent to do stuff like that. So,
what is impact force in crafting?
Damage.
Is there anything planned to make something stronger than heavy armor?
Yes.
Yep.
Super heavy.
And
the Arma system sucks. I'm not talking about the Arma system. I'm talking about the modded Arma system that everybody uses, because the main Arma system, the medical system, is fucking ass. Ace. ACE Medical Corps is what it's called. And the thing that ACE does is it makes you fall unconscious. It doesn't kill you when you die. You go into a down state. Pains have different effects, and they can be treated with morphine, medication, can do things like you need epinephrine to wake people up. And I think that's what they're talking about here with the adrenopen. The adrenopen is a revive pen. So it is you use it for reviving rather than purely for medical. So if you're down, you take a med pen out and hit somebody with a med pen, it's not going to wake them up. They're still down. You need the adrenopen. You gotta take the adrenaline and hit the bitch between the heart. If you get that reference, to start the heart back up, you know. If CIG wants to go with a full medical system, what they need to do is they need to have lots of different drugs that do different things and different medical symptoms that can happen to a body. They just need to look up the different kind of crazy shit that can happen in terms of like lung collapse, liver failure, broken limbs, and then they need to have some treatment for each of those options, which requires somebody else to treat you, and you cannot treat yourself.
Drugs.
I understood that reference. Yes, Pulp Fiction. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is that the EpiPen in Ace is actually a port of the EpiPen from DayZ. So it's reuse of assets, but the idea is to use an Epi to wake people up. It's sort of a game mechanic. Is it realistic? No, but the Ace system is not designed to be super realistic. It's designed to be more immersive. So you have a medic whose job is to do these things because they have a medic kit.
That is not just a new armor set either. That comes with.
So it's an actual adrenaline pen, which is fine. I think it adds a little bit of health as well because it's like the anti-rad medic pen that we have now, where you can it'll heal you and it'll give you anti-radiation, like deal with your radiation, like try to smooth out the radiation.
A lot of restrictions, specific weapon classes, and things like that. So I think one of the things is you're not going to be able to heal yourself.
Yep, you're not going to be able to heal yourself. You're going to have a super heavy weapon.
Yeah.
But you can use other weapons. It'll just be, why would you in this extremely restricted thing? It's all about, you need the support. Like, because while you're there and you've got the big gun, you're unstoppable. But the moment people start chipping away your health, if you can't pull out that pen and heal yourself, you need a teammate there, otherwise you're going to very quickly become vulnerable.
Like a medic archetype of some kind.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Right. That pretty much does it for today's show, guys. Thank you so much.
This is, for instance, the Ace Medical. This is the mod. It's Ace is the mod. I think it's like Anvil something, but this is the medical core. Like, you can reposition, put patients on their back. You have different radio menus. Let me see if I can pull up. Okay, here's like a tutorial for it. Arma 3.
Packaging bandage.
So you've got.
I'm only going to take one.
This is the kind of stuff you have.
You can take plasma and that kind of stuff. That depends on your server. You can use saline, and obviously we need a surgical kit. Now, let's go to this patient. Remember, in my previous video, I showed you guys how to interact with objects. This is how you can do. Hold your left Windows key. You will see there are plus signs, medical signs with yellow. And that yellow indicates that that body part is actually injured. So let's start with the head. Let's go look at the head. It tells me on the left hand side injuries, bleeding, in pain, large puncture wound. Whenever something is bleeding, you start with quick clot. Okay, so let's go quick clot. Bandage him up. Quick clot's idea is basically to stop or reduce bleeding. So stand up again and look at his head. Lost a lot of blood, he's still bleeding. Did use quick clot. After that, we're going to use elastic bandages for active bleeding. So
this is what most people think of as like the golden, like a gold star for medical system. And I wouldn't be surprised if CIG's looked at it in the past. The idea is that you have specific steps, and for specific things, you need to do those specific steps with specific tools. But CIG is trying to streamline this process so that it is less of a pain in the ass. Because as you can tell, this is clunky as fuck. But it's Arma. Arma is clunky. That's kind of how it works. Reforger is far less clunky. I imagine they're getting better at it, but the same idea. Squadron Star Citizen would benefit from that, but they need to streamline it. What else do they have to say here?
So much. I do want to say, so I do want to address something in the chat here. A lot of questions in chat, rightfully so, about desync. There's probably no greater challenge that's affecting FPS combat and gameplay today than desync. The reason Luke...
So the best way to think of an ace medical is that you have to actually know what you're doing. If you mess it up, you could actually kill the patient. I would love if you actually need to know what you're doing in Star Citizen Medical. Yeah, that's the thing. We just need actual gameplay, which doesn't exist. And the idea is the ace medical is probably, in my opinion, the gold standard because it's not that complicated. There's like 4 things you need. Quick clot bandage, surgical kit, and maybe some plasma or a splint. Like there's like 5 things you can use, and then there are other things that affect like mobility. You don't need to that specifically in ace you don't need because they already have that with the food system in Star Citizen. So you just need to have like scan the patient, figure out what the symptoms are, treat the symptom, then treat the patient. Like deal with the symptoms, limit the systems, and then like work the problem down until you know what's actually wrong, and you know what tools you need to do for the right job. One of the easiest things to do is remove the auto button. On the med pen, just turn the fucking auto button off. So people have to know what the fuck the problem is.
Zach and Sam aren't talking about it today is because they're designers. They do not work in the network coding, the server infrastructure, any of the areas where desync rests. To that end, I'm going to go ahead and volunteer our own Chief Technology Officer, Benoit Beauséjour, and I'm doing this right now on the fly. He doesn't know about it. It's not a gag. I'm seriously doing it. So if it doesn't happen, you can blame me and not him. Benoit used to do these big, long posts on Spectrum where he'd walk through one major technical issue or another. I'm going to walk out of here and ask him to do that for desync. It's not a conversation that I think super works in conversation like this. He's also one of the only people at the level to have the full overview and umbrella look at everything involved that contributes to it. So I'm going to ask him, and I'm going to go ahead and commit him and say yes right now. I still have 1 or 2 favors to call in. So I don't know when that's going to happen, but he's here. He lands here on Saturday. The first time I see him, I'm going to ask him to make this a priority and see if we can't get this going. Because I agree with you. I think it's an important thing. And I think the best way for us to talk about it is probably in a detailed post where, people can reread and read the information and parse the information. So we'll see how successful I am at that. But my promise to you is that I'm going to try. And Benoit is a pretty good dude. So I imagine it'll happen. All right. With that, that's Star Citizen Live. Thanks for watching. We've had a nice little streak of Star Citizen Lives. This is either our 4th or our 5th episode in a row. Next week we're back with an episode of Inside Star Citizen, looking at a bunch of the various content that's coming with Alpha 4.7, as stated, targeted for the end of this month. Available for PTU now. You can help us as always getting into PTU.
All right, I'm gonna get some water real quickly and be right back. But yeah, it's not too bad. I still find it funny the Arma devs got arrested as spies and they landed on the island. It was Cyprus, I think, was the island they were on, which is, you know, a heavily complicated one. There's more.
And helping us test and beat on the pipes and make issue council reports and everything.
Much to the end. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I'm realizing that I just signed Benoit up for a thing, and I'm just gonna. I'm already thinking about what I'm gonna have to say. Nobody say anything publicly until he hears it from me. Like, I'm realizing he's now going to see it on Reddit or something before.
There is 2 days before you. I guess depends what time on Saturday.
Hold on.
Canada's a few days behind though.
Hold on. We're gonna throw a Hail Mary, guys.
At Benoit in the chat.
Stay with me. We're gonna try calling him right now.
Okay.
Why not?
I can't imagine Jared did this without speaking to Benoit ahead of time. I'm sure he mentioned something to him, but I don't think he ever asked him this. This is Jared. I have known Jared long enough to know that he would 100% do this shit live. That's just how Jared works. It's one of the reasons why Jared has been able to do what he does with the Star Citizen community for so long, because this is how he works. He's the sort of chaos gremlin that every so often crawls up CIG's corporate butt and goes, do this thing, and actually gets people to do stuff.
What time is it in Canada? Are they awake?
It's Montreal,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's
Teams would like access to the camera.
5 hours behind. Oh wait, no, it's 4 I think right now because of the daylight savings.
Oh yeah.
Did Canada
That'll
have
be
daylight
alright.
savings? Canadians, did you have
see if he
daylight
picks
savings?
I'm not. It's not a gag.
Okay.
We're calling. We're gonna try.
Okay. I just know that not every place does daylight savings like America does at the same time. So I don't know if it was like all of North America did it or not.
Hi, Benoit. Can you hear me? Oh, hold on. I mute in case. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Hi.
Yes.
We are live on Star Citizen Live right now.
Sweet. What's going on?
We just did a show about FPS combat and gameplay, and the overwhelming topic in chat was about desync.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I volunteered. Remember those big long posts you used to do on Spectrum about a really important topic?
Yeah.
I volunteered you to make one of those.
Okay.
And then
On desync specifically.
yeah, on desync
Benoit is the CTO, by the way.
specifically, and what's causing it, and what our efforts to fix it. And
It's all good.
I realized I didn't want you to hear about it on Reddit first.
Okay, cool. So just a deep dive.
Just a deep dive on desync and why it's happening.
All things desync and networking.
Yeah, I think it's
Cool.
important.
How hard can
Sounds
it be?
good. We'll do it.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear that? Can you say that again?
We're good. I'll do it.
All right. Thank you, Benoit.
Thank you guys.
All right.
Have a good one.
All right, bye.
Bye.
That is CIG's corporate environment. The thing you got to understand is that people like Benoit and Jared and the people who are sitting in those chairs, they've known each other for years. And CIG used to do, I don't know if they still do, they used to do routinely when shit was rendering or exporting or whatever, or was baking, they would run around the office and have Nerf gun wars with each other, just for the sake of it. So he just happened to be sitting there and is desperate to take the call. Come on. It's so rare for teams to go call for work and instantly get ready to take a call. Like I said, and Kisun, I don't doubt he asked him to be ready for a call, but I don't think he just thought about it. I don't think it was a situation where he like pre-planned this ahead of time. I think he started talking and was like, shit, I've talked to him about this before. Did I ask him to stick around and watch a little bit? Fuck, and that kind of thing, because that happens. Everyone wants to deliver the best game. Simple. It is, but it's important to understand the CIG is very unique in that they're very open with the development of the game with the actual players. Most developers are under such NDAs that they can't talk about, even in some cases, where they even work to even their family members. Otherwise, they could get in trouble. It's one of the reasons why people like Jason Schreier are so effective, is because they simply get to know a lot of the developers in gaming space, and just by knowing these people, they're able to get information because they don't have a chance to talk to anyone about their experiences. So CIG is so notoriously, by the way, they leak like a sieve, but it's like when they leak, it's within a couple of weeks before we actually see the shit. Like most of the time I hear something big's coming down the pipeline, it's like a month later, like the thing they told me is happening. It's like, oh, you just didn't know who to tell everybody yet. Yeah. At 4 p.m. their time, 1 p.m. It'd be like 1 p.m. Yeah, the idea 1 p.m. on a Thursday. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Benoit was at his desk. The risk would be that he was at lunch. I can tell you this right now. I know multiple CIG developers that I caught working when they weren't supposed to be working, either in the office or when we're doing other shit. I bowled with a CIG developer and he was still fucking typing on his laptop. I told him to get the fuck off the laptop. It's like, you're not working. It was me, like Buster the Destroyer was with me too. And we're like, no, you're not working. We're currently bowling. All right, put that shit away. It's like, I just had to do one meeting. It's like, God fucking damn it. So yeah, they do it all the time. I've had friends at CIG who I'm like, you're working at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, I just needed a remote into the server to do it. I was like, go to fucking bed. Go to fucking bed. This is why we have racing and VR. Yeah, both those things were created because people wouldn't turn their brains off. This comes all the way back to that beginning conversations we had about there's a lot of folks who are not neurotypical who are in video gaming, and this is the kind of thing they do. They get hyper obsessed about one specific thing because they need to get it done, because they want to get it done, and they'll sacrifice their health to do it. This is why you have producers who are like, go home, take a shower, eat some food. Yeah, I remembered something I might forget by the next morning. Yeah, it's why we have People of the Planet, you know? Now we just need to have CIG take all that passion, the higher ups take all that passion and all that work and funnel it into things that we can enjoy. There's a 3-leaf of Pamela. Jared can get you a copy. I know. I don't need to. I have 15 years of on-the-job experience with specifically this stuff. I do not listen. And Kitsune, I do not disagree. Jared is a theater kid, and he understands the theater flair for the dramatic. But you know.
He's never taken a call from you again.
Yeah.
He's never answering a call from me ever. That's it, chat. I just used up the last stroke I got. Thanks for
It wasn't a side project. They literally hired an entire team to do it.
watching. See you on Inside Star Citizen next week. Take care. Check out the weekly newsletter tomorrow. There's something cool in there too. Bye.
Hey.
Bye. All right, now I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back, and we'll do the monthly report. Oh, it's already 3 hours. I'm such a dumbass. All right. 4-7's wave 3, by the way. All right, be right back. Yeah, Fire Sprite. They hired Fire Sprite, and then, ironically though, the people who were making Theaters of War and Arena Commander under Fire Sprite, when Fire Sprite got sold to Sony, all of them moved to CIG. It was like a team of like 2 or 3 people, but they were just like, yeah, I want to still work on this. And CIG was like, we would like to hire you as a full-time person. And they were like, yes, I would love to do this full-time, which is why I still think I want them to give the resources to those folks, especially now that they're coming to the end of Squadron. Those people deserve more resources to help fix up Squadron, or help fix up Arena Commander to release it with Squadron. Yeah, 4743 is already there. They're booking it through the PTU ways. It really isn't that bad. Like 347 isn't that unstable. It's also not adding a shit ton of things like 4-6 did. DJ Bunton. Everyone loves DJ. Right back.
Drugs. Two words. Distress bacon. Drugs.
Thank you. It's the bugs aren't the same as like it's crashing a bunch though. That's what I mean. And bugs are why they need more people into the game anyways, because they want to find out where those bugs are coming from. It crashes a lot for some people. Does it crash for you, Aimless? Is that what it's going for? Yeah, well, it's because you are the guinea pig. If something goes wrong in Star Citizen, it will go wrong to Aimless. You are the canary in the coal mine. I will know 100% if Star Citizen is a complete and ready game to go, because Aimless does not complain about bugs. Rafal just had a bad time for it. There are less server errors this morning. Okay. So far. Not like crafting or anything. Well, crafting... This is going to sound really stupid, but crafting isn't really much of a new feature. Crafting is just sucking in resources and spawning a new thing. Delete resource, spawn thing. Yeah, there's more complex than that. But I can't imagine that crafting is affecting, like, breaker stations. You know what I mean? You know, your crafting isn't causing Hathor to break. It's important to me though, yeah. No, yeah, that was a problem in the PTU and the Eva Kadi test tech preview was the blueprints. Blueprints are not ready for prime time, but the patch must push. So we're gonna get shit with blueprints not attributing properly. I did see that they broke frame graph in 4.7, which is annoying. Frame graph. That is not. I'm not familiar with that word. I'm a bit more enthusiased by the ship armor and the addition of the radar as a component you can upgrade and put power into. If you watch my video that I did, which is sort of the roadmap for Star Citizen, when they updated the progress tracker, they like a couple of weeks ago, they basically laid out the roadmap of their release for the next couple of for like half a year. We like 4.7 is supposed to have crafting and the new inventory. 4.8 is supposed to have radar. Let me look that up real quick. It was a month ago. So yeah, crafting and inventory rework both are coming out in 4.7. Vehicle command module and FPS radar and scanning are coming out in 4.8, along with probably the rearm, refuel, repair stuff for capital ships. And instancing is coming in 4.9. Oh, the artist display frame graph. Okay, yeah. Ship armor is the one that I'm not too familiar with. But yeah. Yeah, they removed the whole limited. That's gonna happen off and on. The Emerald didn't make any goddamn sense to be whole limited because the Phoenix itself is weird, but because all the Emerald was a paint. The Phoenix is limited hull as well. Is it still limited hull? If the Emerald's no longer limited hull, I can't imagine the Phoenix is limited hull. Or did they just change the Phoenix now to just being the paint? Ship armor has ship armor. Some weapons will now deflect off armor based on alpha damage and whole armor health. That's good. That's actually pretty exciting. Which means that some armor will literally just deflect certain scale weapons, so you can't even break through some of that armor. It makes a lot of sense. That was the plan. That was always the plan, was to do was to have armor be able to just shrug off certain caliber of weapons. They're doing a Star Kitten Saber? That's cool as shit. That's precious. That's cool. That's probably the Peregrine, right? Yeah. Murray Cup racing set. And then Mirai for the LX. Oh man, CIG is selling the thing they said they were never gonna sell. This was the special limited editions suit that they were going to never sell to the person. Then of course they're selling the Shiv because they're also selling the bundle, which is just the Shiv skin plus this. I do like the armor; it looks pretty neat. Yeah, they're selling the Fortuna set, the Phoenix Emerald Fortuna set. I do like the clover leaf. And they're selling the Fortuna gear pack. That's pretty cool. This is actually a really good deal. Not just because of the armor, because you get, hey, armor, neat. But because you're getting the armor, the weapons, and the ship with probably a skin, maybe not a skin, but in a game package for less than $60 for a Avenger Titan. That is a steal. And Sage's been doing this every month. They pick one major starter pack, slap a new ship like armor and weapon combo into the pack, and discount the pack by 25%. LTI for the Titan? Not LTI, but if this is your first starter pack, this is not a bad deal. Like, I think all that armor is old armor from previous Stella Fortuna sets, but like, if you're a new player, this isn't a bad get. Because you're getting the Titan, which is good. You're getting it for less than $60, which is amazing. And you're getting some basic armor and weapons. And they've been doing this for every sale. They did it for Valentine's. They had the same thing for what was it called? For Coromore. I think they may have done one for January, but I think the one they had in January was the same one they had in December. It was the holiday pack that they did. The Luminalia pack. I think they had a couple packs that were sold. We won't have another big holiday until May. Nah, I typed so slow. I was referring to the old, well, never sell this again, Origin Racing Suit. Yeah. It only came with the 350. This only came with the 350R. You can only buy this if you get the 350R. I imagine the Avenger rework or an Avenger kind of touch-up gold standard is probably already in the works, if not already completed, for Squadron, because it's in Squadron. They have the Captains of Industry event in April. I don't know if they'll do a discounted starter set for it, though. Well, it depends. AMD, they CIG signed those deals with Intel and AMD like a decade ago. So I imagine those deals are probably coming up to a conclusion here shortly. You cannot sit here and tell me that CIG, the second that the deal lapses with Intel, they won't just make they won't sell a Saber Raven or the Omega, the Mustang Omega. I think they were made in like 2016, 2017. So my guess would be 10-year contract. So if I remember correctly, last year they offered a discounted Golem set during the Captains of Industry event. Wasn't that when the Golem was first being sold, though? Why are they not doing a Star Skit and Dragonfly? Because they already did it, and so instead they're doing a Star Kit and Peregrine. If it's not a 99-year deal. Yeah, I imagine it might be a 99-year deal, but I can also imagine it just being a 10-year deal. That seems more standard to me, but I may be wrong on that one. I'm not an expert when it comes to those deals, so. This is just all of the other stuff. If I'm going to go to, like, what is it? It's in the standalones or the game packages. Let's go to all. Nah, looks like it's on the packages. It's under standalones. Ursa Medevacs, I'm a Centurion subscriber. Yeah, got these sets. Yeah, they got the 350R sets. A Mercury Fortuna set. Ooh, I already have that, otherwise I'd get it. The Pulse. I didn't know they had a Star Kit and Pulse. It's neat. They're selling the Peregrine standalone again because they're selling it with the skin. ATLS. Pipe. Yeah, I think that's about it. All right, chat. Are you ready for another capsule? Let's do this. So for those of you who don't know, I'm going to be talking to the computer, talking to the YouTube comments and chats and such like that. Not you, chat. So I may come back to you and look at you and be like, oh yeah, that's right. But I may also not do that. So keep that in mind. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, hello. Wait, what time is it? Oh, I'm late. That's what time it is. Because it's another time for another capsule. That's right. Capsule. Oh, I got to do this as well because otherwise people get mad at me. Make sure I have all of the... There we go. All of the things off so I don't get interrupted again. But I do this live on twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live on Thursdays. Not Thursdays, Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to have you join us live and talk to where we chat about Star Citizen lore news and more. Just a kind of a yak stream. We did watch the latest Star Citizen live. We're talking about FPS stuff, and then on Monday when we normally would do it because I kind of canceled this Monday for other reasons. But this next Monday, I'm actually finally out of school. I'm out of work because school is my work. And I have spring break off, so I will definitely be doing the office hours then, and we'll be looking at the Sean Tracy interview that happened a little bit while back. But this is the monthly report. So I've been doing this read through where I read through the entire thing, not a summary, an entire read through of the monthly report. I've been doing it since my hair wasn't white. I've been doing it for quite a long time. This is not a summary. This is a full read through. The goal is to read through everything and try to pick up the general direction that CIG is going month to month. So without any further delay, let's look at the monthly report for February 2026. Alrighty, welcome to February's PU monthly report. There's a huge amount of content coming to the verse in the next few weeks, including new returning missions, the latest ships from RSI, and thrilling activities located around Nyx. Read on for everything done towards this exciting upcoming release. AI content. The social AI team began the month bug fixing in support of Alpha 4.6 before looking to future releases. AI content worked alongside mission design to set up characters that players will meet in some of the new game loops. They also provided initial setup with a placeholder line so that designers and directors can test game flow with sample lines in place. This allows the writers to react to and refine the dialogue, ensuring it's working in context and providing appropriate information. This sounds like what we know that they're already working on, which is mission givers. These are mission givers because the idea is that you will have separate dialogue trees to talk to the mission givers and such. This is almost certainly mission givers. The team also continued with the outline for the prospective goals for the upcoming year and to find what would be needed from other teams to facilitate their implementation. As far as we know, almost assuredly, the first mission giver we're going to get back is Reko Battaglia. Because she is a Nyx mission giver, and CIG seems to be very focused on this being the year of Nyx. So we're likely to see Reko come in before the end of the year because they also want to do a lot of like Gold Rush and industrial gameplay. So AI, features, and tech. Last month, AI features and tech improved underground traversal for the Valakar prototyping. Prototyping its future speeds. The creature's behavior was also updated, including linear acceleration and deceleration when traversing during combat. An issue was fixed with toy guns triggering weapon fire and bullet hit sound effects, which caused NPCs to cower. accuracy calculations were also modified to give design better control over them. Yeah, that was something you could do, is if you fired a toy gun, they would all cower and freak out. That's been known forever, though. The team then improved how safe zones function within the global perception system, designed to designated areas where players can rest or regroup without being detected by NPCs. That's interesting. We're going to get safe houses. Work was also done in integrating the voxel grid, which is currently in extensive QA/TR testing. Finally, the team began supporting refueling missions on the AI side. AI refueling. Hey. Animation. Animations spent February improving assets for the Copian, while facial animations focused on first performance capture shoot of the year. This was held at the end of February and captured a number of new characters. Art, characters. February saw character art polishing assets for Alpha 4.7, alongside working through art debt in preparation for Starware. They've been talking about that stuff for years now. Starware has been this thing that they mentioned in the monthly reports. Like, yeah, still working on it, still working on it, still working on it, since they announced it in 2023. The team also continued to work on new gang outfits and subscriber flare items. The concept art team explored new combat armors and prepared handoff sheets for upcoming mandates. Art ships. Now, this is where I think I eat my words, because CIG has been watching this and saw me say something and took it very personal about the Gatak Raylan. And for the one guy, there was one guy in the comment section in one of my first monthly reports of this year who said, I can't wait for this guy to be wrong when the Gatak Raylan released. I have said this many times, and especially when it comes to release of stuff, I would much rather they come out sooner than later, but I'm always going to err on the side of caution. And in this case, I was wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong. Anyways, so you win, random commenter. You win. In the UK, the ship's team completed art phases for the Aegis Hammerhead Gold Standard, with the ship moving to downstream teams for closeout. When they moved on to a related ship, which is approaching white box. A related ship to the Aegis Hammerhead. Is CIG going to make a Hammerhead variant? A mining variant for the Hammerhead. And this is where I'm wrong. The Gatak Raylan passed its white box gate review and moved into gray box ahead of its planned release at Alien Week this year, with more artists joining the project to help build out assets for future Gatak ships. Work also continued with the Greycat UTV, which had freshly captured enter-exit animations implemented. It's currently with downstream teams for completion. Hey, we're going to get the UTV probably for Invictus. The update for it. MISC's upcoming hauler, the Hull B, continued toward its Laud Zero Gate review. Tech Art is currently finalizing the highly intricate spindle deploy and retract animations. I've been saying we're probably going to get the Hull B for Invictus as well, which is a weird time to have that come out. But we're going to have a bunch of things for Invictus. We're going to have the Ironclads, the Hull B, and then like the month after that, we're going to have the Raylan. There's a lot of ships that are like super industry focused that are coming out at times which you shouldn't really be there. The Drake Ironclad Assault and Command Module each passed their gray box review gates. The team then moved to Laud Zero tasks, quickly progressing thanks to time invested during white box and on the modular kit. They really need to name the command module. The command module needs a name. The Drake Longboat or something like that, because it is its own ship. That's why they're putting it as three different things. The command module is its own ship now. In fact, if we go by its original lore intentions, it should have its own quantum drive. That's how like much of its own ship it is. The Drake Tick, yeah, because we already have the Tick. We have the Spider Miner. The Great Drake Guppy. What is the boat that you would sometimes lower down that's not like not like a rowboat? It's not like a like sail ships used to have these boats. Launches? Yeah. Not Zodiacs, but launches, maybe. Not a lifeboat. A lifeboat is like, man overboard, we're leaving. But like this is more of a we're going to go on an excursion across to another ship or to a land or something like that. A skiff, a launch. Yeah, the Drake skiff might work. A tender. Yeah, it's like a tender vessel, so I'm thinking about. Hey, welcome everyone from Local Stream. I'm doing a recording. Help me out here. What's the name of the tiny boats that are sometimes attached to big sailing ships? What's the technical name for that? Where like you'd get on them so you could like row towards the shore because your ship couldn't reach the shore. Like way back in the day before there was like rubber or anything else like that. Whaler, skiff. Okay, or skiff or tenders. I think the Drake skiff would make more sense. Rowboat. 3 unannounced vehicles progressed 2. The first approaching its gray box gate review, while the second passed its gray box following minor functionality requests from the director. The third fastest white box review, though it's currently receiving tweaks to the layout before gray box. So we know that there's at least one that is likely to release. One of those, the first one is probably going to release soon after Invictus, if not at Invictus, and same with the second one. Mostly because, for those of you who don't know, you go gray box, Laud 0, final art, and release, and typically it's least, depending on the size of the ship as well and vehicle, it can take usually a couple of months to go through gray box to Laud 0 and maybe a couple of months to go to release. But even if you're doing it like 2 months, because it's the end of February, a ship that's going through its gray box review now, like early March, would probably reach Laud 0 by April. And it could release final art by May, could be by May, but more than likely it's like June or July. So, have a good night there, Loken. In North America, an unannounced ship passed its white box gate review, with the team taking feedback regarding some of the interactions with elements in the rear half. Finally, the Drake Kraken had its white box review rescheduled to early March after further concept time resolved areas that didn't hit current standards. The team also reviewed traversal throughout the ship. Following this, they removed and reduced the scale of some rooms that offered no benefit to players, without compromising the scale of the interior hero rooms like engineering. The ship remains on track for its planned release next year. Hey, it's the first indication that it's coming out next year. Community. The community team began the month by publishing January's PTU monthly report and preparing February's seasonal community-driven events. The team supported an annual return of Coromore, Star Citizen's equivalent to Valentine's Day, with an informative catch-all post detailing everything the yearly celebration has to offer. This also included a referral bonus and the Love Actually Stories of the Verse 2956 contest, showing some of the community's most memorable moments. Coromore also welcomed the new Argo Moth salvage ship, and the community team provided comprehensive Q&A and published a guide to the new industrial missions. Additionally, the community team provided support for the Bread Festival, which celebrates the new lunisolar year in the verse. They published the catch-all thread for the event, along with the Earn Fortune screenshot contest, highlighting how intrepid players personify the agile rat. The team's contributions to both Coromore and the Bread Festival also include updates to the Welcome Hub, New Player Guide, and Welcome Back pilot pages, ensuring that new and returning players have the latest info on everything happening in the verse. Fun fact, apparently there is also, along with the zodiac signs in terms of the animals, there's also an element that is associated with every year. And apparently the year 2956 is the year of the rat, but its element is fire. So technically this is the year of the fire rat. CIG, if you screw this up and do not release the fire rats in the year of the fire rat, I will be more mad than when you screwed up the release of pizza during the pie patch. Fire rat. Yes, really. Throughout February, the team kept a close eye on player feedback across Spectrum and social media, pulling together sentiment reports and passing key findings onto the relevant development teams to keep them in the loop on what the community was saying. February also marked the return of one of the largest community racing events, Enter the Atmosphere, presented by Atmo Esports. Held in Sydney, Australia, this event featured top racers competing head-to-head in a variety of challenges, as well as exclusive prizes and CIG staff in attendance, including Chris and Sandy Roberts. The community team also supported this premier event through Spectrum and social media. As always, the team also continued their evergreen tasks, including This Week in Star Citizen, alongside bi-weekly updates to the roadmap and roundup. Core gameplay. As seen by Evocati players during the recent tech previews, core gameplay team made solid progress in inventory rework. Final polish and bug fixes are underway as the team prepares for its release. Wait, they had a 3.14 patch and didn't release pizza? Yes. Yes, they had a 3.14 patch and didn't release pizza. Not a March 14th patch, but a patch 3.14. We made the joke for that entire year when it was coming up that they better release pizza, and they did not release pizza during the 3.14 patch. Capital ship services progressed well too, and will be delivered to downstream teams soon. That is what's going to likely happen. I talked about it in another video, which I'll link up here, where that's likely going to come with Invictus. So that's going to be the May patch for 8. We'll likely have that. FPS and ship updated scanning updates. And I forgot the last one. I think that's it. Yeah, those are the two big ones that I could remember. There's probably something else that I'm forgetting, but the economy team spent part of February tackling exploits, and particularly those that resulted in item duplication or large quantities of AUEC being generated. While many loopholes have been closed, further patches will be introduced into Alpha 4.7. Following this, the devs will create additional guardrails and monitoring systems to lessen the impact of illicit AUEC on the wider gameplay economy. Economy also undertook an additional balancing and adjustments to commodity pricing and trade routes while laying the groundwork for future systems such as item recovery and crafting. We're glad to see positive community response to the Clear the Air live event. We're also currently working on upcoming mission balances and rewards, while also looking back at our past content and performing an additional pass on Wicklow-related content. Economy team. The fact that pizza in a game we cannot eat has to be a violation of international law. In February, the devs continued their work in Alpha 4.7 Mission Pack, which adds more content to Nyx and revives the courier missions that have been waiting for refactor since Alpha 4.0. These missions also have small design changes. For example, quote-unquote courier missions now range from one-handed items to two-handed boxes. The quote-unquote delivery missions range from 1 SU box to 6 1 SU boxes, and hauling begins from 6 SU upwards. Defend ship missions also received an update allowing the team to accurately track the health of the ship. This will prevent the ship from appearing at almost full health before dying. Shipwave missions have been expanded to other contractors outside of Gilly, including variation that ends in larger ship boss. Narrative. In February, the narrative team focused on their efforts on Alpha 4.7, which will expand the content available in Nyx. This involved extensive work on the new locations, including QV Breaker Stations, home of the Rock Cracker mission, and the People's Service Stations, which are new refueling centers operated by the People's Alliance. These new locations require signage, environmental storytelling, public address audio, and missions that will utilize the spaces. Simultaneously, the team worked with design to craft dozens of additional new contracts to greatly expand the options that will be available to players in the system. Looking ahead, the team wrote scripts and completed capture sessions for a variety of new NPCs. This work is related to an upcoming gameplay loop that will be released later this year and includes a new faction representative. The session also involved additional content for tactical strike group missions featured at the last year's CitizenCon. Okay. So that can mean a lot of things. That can mean like an absolute ton of work is still ahead, or it can mean that they're chugging along and they're like it's not too far away. CIG does these reworks and refits with their audio and their like their what is it called? Their scripts a lot. It happens a lot because they have their own capture studio, so it's pretty easy for them to do that. If you're in PTU, yeah, no, PTU is no longer the clear the air event ends with Force 6. So Force 7 will end it, yeah. This is a capsule, yes. That's the reason why I turned everything off. Am I getting raided by Smush? Hey Smush. Sorry. I am currently recording for a YouTube video. But I will greet you properly here soon. Because I'm almost done. Narrative also wrote a script for a new story mission that will be an important step towards establishing the pipeline needed for delivering the 1.0 main story content to players. Good. Does that mean we're going to get a like a preview to the 1.0 story before the end of the year? Finally, the team has been developing a new storyline that will be introducing in a future release that will see players face down a new, interesting new faction. Okay. Online technology. In February, the network team focused on improving stability and reliability across hybrid/DGS, resolving several high-impact crashes, watchdog timeouts, and replication errors. The team advanced integration of the new SCP network. All of you stopped when I just stopped reading, right? Stack into patch branches, addressing build issues and conflicts, and continued QDSM, that's quasi dynamic server meshing, version 1/version 2 development. Are we cleared to know this? Is this a memetic hazard that I'm reading right now? And testing to improve dynamic server scaling. Alongside this, the team implemented authority/replication improvements, refactored streaming bind/unbind logic, and enhanced observability with new engine metrics. Moreover, support was provided for item imprint development and mission markers. Finally, the team also provided support for bootstrap and developer workflow issues. Following last year's internal demo of Item Recovery T1, the online service team prepared for a feature-complete internal demo and finalizing the remaining work on preparation for its upcoming release. So yeah, item version recovery tier 1's coming in. For those of you who don't know, that is likely going to end up with the removal of the backspace button. So you will no longer be able to backspace and fast travel where you need to go with backspace, which is good and bad. Internal work was done on how the long-term database works with the intention of improving its speed. Alongside members of the core gameplay, online services plan for the social features as mentioned above. Instancing is entering its final stage of technical work before being passed down to the downstream teams. Following the Bootstrap user survey, the Live Tools team conducted user interviews to better understand the pain points and prioritize improvements to stability and performance. The Panic Switch error reporting tool saw the active improvement in February, with new development updates, better access management, and more consistent user interface across the application. Live Tools continue to modernize the Hex game dashboard with new architecture now in active development. Can still fast travel with the help of a good friend. Yeah, but then they'll be alone. In February, work on the improved ground fog continued. A dissipation model was implemented to simulate fog behavior during full day-night cycle. Elsewhere, a memory corruption in the engine's internal name table code was identified. This led to a rewrite of the name table code and related functionality, which now provides a thread-safe and significantly more efficient implementation. And lastly, VFX. In February, the VFX team focused heavily on supporting Alpha 4.7, contributing to the development of new locations, creatures, props, and vehicles, as additional deliverables for Nyx came online. For example, one of the major points of interest for 4.7 received extensive fine-tuning, resulting in a significantly improved final look. Creatures for Nyx also received a dedicated VFX pass to ensure their visuals are up to date and properly integrated into the new environments. In addition, the team helped bring several upcoming vehicles to life. That is interesting. So, that seems to imply that they're closer to the release of Genesis than we may think. Because my internal belief has always been that Genesis, the new way that CIG is going to generate planets, it's like Planet Tech V5. I have been under the assumption that we're likely to see that at the end of this year. We may still see it at the end of this year. But if VFX is working on specifically creatures for these planets, I assume that these planets in Nyx 1, basically, is probably further along than the end of the year, possibly even the middle of the year. Because I personally believe, based on what I've seen and what CIG, or Chris Roberts at least, has said, they're almost certainly going to release Castra this year as well. At least the landing zone and like the Castra Cascom with the system itself. Because Chris really wants to have another system fully released before the end of the year. Maybe not Terra. I think Terra will probably take a while, but Cascom is pretty much, Castra only has 2 planets, Cascom and Bullseye. So it's pretty small in terms of a system compared to even Nyx, which has 3 planets. So that's interesting. A lot of R&D stuff was on the stuff they've been working on for a long time, ground fog and lighting. Core gameplay or online technology is doing a lot of work. Item recovery version 1. New social features updates, dynamic quasi-dynamic server meshing. Narrative is working on stuff that deals specifically with 1.0. Also, obviously working on QV breaker stations, people's line service stations, all the stuff for 4.7, and new scripts for an upcoming gameplay loop and this tactical strike group. So, mission design, they're coming back with the courier missions, and they did some updates to some of the other missions. Economy did a bunch of stuff at the back end to fix up some of the loopholes. Core gameplay had the inventory rework, but also capital ship services, which is the repair, rearm, refuel service, which they're working on for Invictus. The community did all the very fun and interesting community things. Ships, we've got the Hammerhead is going through Gold Standard, probably release Invictus. The Raylan's going to come out during Alien Week. Grey Cat UTV is probably coming out in the next not 4.7, but probably 4.8. The Whole B, again, 4.8. Ironclad Assault, and the Command Module, 4.8. 4 different unannounced ships, 2 which are closer, 2 which are further away, and the Kraken, which is coming out next year. Characters, they're working on a bunch of stuff for Starware, as well as new combat armors and some of the new mandates. Animation's working on creatures, so there's a lot of creature stuff. Especially even also in the AI stuff, they talked a little bit about the creatures. So we've got new creatures mentioned in VFX, animation, and AI. And typically speaking, if CIG, 3 different departments is talking about the same thing, then something's going on. Like, they're super focused on it. Now, there could be some more downstream stuff that has to be done, or these are the downstream things that are being done. Either way, it's clear that's a major focus. They mentioned the Valacar and updating the Valacar to be wandering, to be a kind of a wandering creature. They even mentioned it on the Star Citizen Live today. they mentioned that again, that they're want to get done this year. So it sounds like we're going to see a huge amount of star paws, is what they're starting to call it, their new system for creatures coming out with likely Nyx 1 would be my guess. Which makes sense because Nyx 1 is sort of the test ground for all future planets that are going to have some sort of habitable environment. And they even mentioned that Nyx 2 is an interesting thing because Nyx 2 is sort of it's a Venusian planet. It's the first Venusian planet we have, a smog planet. So they've also mentioned that they're going to have some cool things there. They may even have creatures on that smog planet. So we'll have to see. And then, yeah, lastly, sounds like mission givers for AI coming in. This is from February, y'all. This is all stuff that happened last month. That's a lot of work. This is like usually this is the sort of thing you see in like an April, June monthly report, or like August, September monthly report, not a February monthly report. So something happened where CIG is starting to kick more often in all cylinders, both in terms of ships, in terms of creatures, in terms of armor and character stuff, background and feature stuff. Everything seems to be going pretty fast. So CIG is definitely booking it through the year, as we've seen with 4.7 going into PTU as of this recording to Wave 3. So that's it. That's the the Star Citizen monthly report for February 2026. Thank you for watching. If you did enjoy this, make sure to let me know down below in the comments. Do you agree with anything I just said? Do you think that I'm crazy for saying that we might get Nyx 1 in like the summer? And if you're that guy who commented that I can't wait for him to be wrong, you're right. I want you to comment again. Tell me how it was wrong. And of course, if you did enjoy this and you want to see more of this, join us live, twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And you can join us specifically on this show, Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you for watching, and like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. Sorry, Smoosh. Thank you for your community. You literally came at towards the very end. Hopefully you had a good time. Welcome. My name is Paul. I do Talkie Talk streams. I also do Play streams. This is more of a Talkie Talk streams. Are you excited for the Firefly hints? What the lever action rifle that they're doing? CIG has still yet to add cowboy hats to the game, which I find offensive. Oh, the Firefly stuff. I am excited for it, but I don't think it's going to be a Firefly announcement. I think it's just going to be, they're going to all hang out and talk on their podcast about it. A lot of people don't know that Nathan Fillion and Alan Tudyk have a podcast called Once We Were Spacemen. Yeah, so both Alan Tudyk and Nathan Fillion did a video where they went around and talked to all of the old cast members of Firefly, and saying, "Is it time?" And it's like, "It's time. It's time." Yes, I also want a cowboy hat with the helmet built in. No cowboy hats in a game is a crime against science fiction. Listen, isn't it in? I want to say, isn't it in Avatar? Don't they have cowboy hats in Avatar of all things? Not the Airbender, but the James Cameron movie. Jewel Stady is also on Family Law, and Nathan Fillion, and Nathan is on The Rookie. Yeah, isn't Marana Bakarin? Isn't she also on a law procedural? I saw that whole video, but yeah. I think they had boonies more than Stetsons. There was there was some, was it the original Aliens that they had a cowboy hat, or was it? There's an Aliens movie I think that had a cowboy hat in it. Maybe I'm thinking Alien Romulus, but like there are cowboy hats in space movies. I've seen them before, other than space westerns. Aliens 3, guy in chair. Hey. It's the one where Wayland gets murked by an engineer. Yeah, that was Romulus, I think. Alien Covenant, not Romulus. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we need more hats. We need bowlers. We need cowboy hats. We need like Stetsons. We need like Outback hats. You know, like the rolled up hats, the Aussie hats. We need we need bonnets. We need fedoras. We need like just all sorts of hats. We just don't have any hats other than like a beanie and a ball cap. Yeah, the Panama. We already have truckers and baseball hats. They're in game. Those are top hats for a selected few, yes. But no bowlers. I fear for how many trackers size 5 radar will fit within the new mechanics. One of the things that CIG's mentioned in the past, and I think will be a thing, I don't know if it'll be Squadron 42, or not Squadron 42, at 1.0 ready, but is the idea of connecting your radar to other radars. Being able to link radars together to see a wider area. Because they want to have those hollow globes be useful to the characters. And it's not just something we've talked about, it's something that CIG has said publicly that they still want to do at some point. So I had to do a checkup. They've already ruled out podcast, convention, or crossover like they explicitly stated it. Could they do it without Whedon? Could they do a new series? I don't know how they would do the new series, because Wash is dead. Then again, they could just do basically everything they did between the end of season 1 and the beginning of that, but he might have sold it off. Yeah, I don't know. They can do prequel stuff, but they're so old. Like, Jewel Stady is in her, what, 30s now? I don't think she's like a kid. Oh, Summer Glau. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of Summer Glau, not Jewel Stady. Jewel Stady was yeah, she was younger, but yeah. Yeah, Alan Tudyk was in the video that Nathan Fillion released. Animated series though, maybe? Maybe. I could see an animated series. That would be a very good way of doing a reboot, is an animated series. Yeah, Ron Glass is no more. He passed on. Oh, I didn't know that Joel Steady was younger than Glau. Hmm. I've heard the word continuation also mentioned, where Fillion returns as Mal, who is stubbornly attempting to continue to fight the good fight. As it pops up now, the Alliance is well and fully in a death spiral after the truth of the Reavers got out. We'll see. Whew. Space Westerns, baby. What if they did a Red Dead Redemption? Or if they did Red Dead Redemption 2, but with Firefly? You gotta have faith. Zoe, you gotta have faith. I've got a plan. So the announcement is Sunday. That's good to hear. Just one more job. With the negative vibes, yeah. Red Dead Serenity. Dead Space Redemption. I don't see a situation... Beer can hat or nothing. Yes. Looking for something because my in-ear monitors are dying. CNOU, Consolidated Outland. Which manufacturer would make a Firefly and Star Citizen? MISC. MISC. MISC already makes the Firefly. It's the Freelancer. Star Citizen has a lot of different ships which can claim the Firefly title. The most common one is, in terms of its actual utility, would be something like the Carrack or the Hercules. But in terms of the spirit, it's the Freelancer. The Starlancer is up there as well. The Starlancer is clearly both the spirit and sort of the size of it. It's a little smaller, though, yeah. The Star Runner is spiritually the Millennium Falcon. I would say the Corsair is up there as well in terms of its vibes of being a Firefly transport vessel. Even though it looks like a Lambda shuttle. The thing is that the thing that defines a Firefly transport vessel is that it can hold a lot of cargo, but it has no guns. So it's an unarmed cargo vessel. That's fast. It's very maneuverable. Serenity had secret cargo compartments too. Yeah, it was also, you could use a bunch of stuff in the walls as such, but... Hey, Sapper! The Caterpillars were the Millennium Falcon before the release of the Mercury Star Runner, yes. You can do a barn door maneuver with the Carrack? Yes. The Barn Swallow? That's why, a lot of people claim it's the Carrack. I still say spiritually it's the Freelancer. Because the whole idea of the Firefly was it was cheap to maintain, and it was easy enough to fly and had everything you needed. And that's kind of what the Freelancer is. Though, as I think Q-Pan pointed out, the Starlancer is that as well. It's like, yeah, the Starlancer is almost directly that. Familiar with Hawks Gaming? He's going through it right now, alas. I did get a message. Double check. Maybe that's the same person. No. No, it's not the same person. I don't know who you're talking about, though. So they need to do a rundown Gray's version of a Starlancer? Possibly, yeah. That'd work. The reality is that, and I was going to do this at some point, probably in the near future, is that Star Citizen has a lot of ships that seem to have inspirations from other ships in other science fiction universes, but those are usually not direct, or if they're direct, they end up evolving to become something completely different. Like, for instance, the 300 series is actually based off of real space plane concepts from Lockheed Martin in the early 2000s to the mid 2010s. But those evolved into a luxury ship. The Vulture, everyone says it's like the Venture, but the Venture is actually does a reverse tuning fork thing. And I didn't think about this before, but that's also exactly the Spectre gunship from Halo is the exact same concept as well. Where you fly this way and your cargo is back behind you. Though that was more of a troop transport. The but the Vulture is the opposite direction and has its own, like, is sort of evolved into its own direct look at it, you know? The canceled crew return vehicle, yeah. The Scorpion is in no way inspired by the X-Wing. It is inspired by the X-Wing, but I would argue that it's inspired by the X-Wing. It's inspired by the Fury from Babylon 5. There's a lot of X-shaped ships that exist in science fiction because the X-Wing came first, the Star Fury came later, but it was basically like, let's take a look at the X-Wing and make it realistic. And so there's been several different like X-styled ships, and so the Scorpius is simply just it's the latest take on that X style in its own. But how it folds up its wings, it becomes sort of like that teardrop when it's flying, and then it folds the wings out. That's unique to the to the Scorpius. Its role is slightly different, you know. Yeah, the Prowler is just the Copperhead, but then it's gotten far beyond that in terms of like its original style. The Aurora is the Eagle from Space 1999 to a degree, yeah. But the thing is that CIG keeps doing is they keep doing these sorts of inspirations from other science fiction vehicles, and they sort of evolve it to the point where it becomes its own thing. Like, the Hercules clearly had some inspirations in terms of the design of the Firefly, the broken, like the big neck that allows for the open bottom, but it's also inspired by the was it the Lockheed, was it the Boeing? I forgot who did it, but the Hercules transport and the Galaxy transports done that are used by the military, which have similar sort of ro-ro style loading and unloading. So as a result, it sort of comes off as this sort of unique and different look to it, to the point where if you showed somebody a Hercules, people would know, who know Star Citizen, people would point out, oh yeah, that looks like a Hercules. Like same with the Constellation. You show someone a Constellation who knows Star Citizen, they're going to say Constellation. If you show someone a Constellation who doesn't know Star Citizen, they don't know what the fuck it is. Looks like a spaceship. Boeing. Okay. Lockheed Martin C-130 Hercules, or C-5, yeah, okay. The C-5 Galaxy, yeah. I can't think of a Viper-inspired ship. It does exist, the Battlestar Galactica Viper. It does exist, but it only exists in lore, which is the Stiletto. I wouldn't put it past CIG to return the Stiletto, but the Stiletto was originally a tube-launched ship. So if they brought the Stiletto back, it would have to be... they'd have to change it somewhat. Hey, Sandroper. We're going to wrap this up here, because it's super late. It's well past what I was planning on doing. I said I was putting a hard cap on 3 hours, and now it's 4.5 hours. Oh, did we just get raided again? Traversal, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome, everybody. I believe X-shaped ships go back all the way back to Flash Gordon, at least. Yeah. The point being is that a lot of Star Citizen's ships take inspiration from other ships, but because of their evolution, they become unique in both their style and their role. And I guarantee you show somebody an Avenger, no one's going to say, that's a space shuttle. I mean, they will. They'll say, oh, that looks like a space shuttle, but it's not a space shuttle. It actually is based off of an old, like, replacement for the space shuttle called the Dreamcatcher, or the Dream Chaser, which is still technically being built for some fucking reason, but it's also not at all like that. It's its own unique style, which is why when Marvel rips off the Avenger specifically in their comics, everyone can go, that's an Avenger from Star Citizen. I think the Hornet's going to reach the same, and the Gladius. I think the Gladius will probably reach damn near, like, iconic status when Squadron comes out, in terms of, like, people being able to point at a Gladius from a mile away. The P5G Gladius. The Gladius is great. The Star Citizen community is just sick of it. Yeah, because it's been around forever. But when the new people come in for Squadron, they'll be like, this ship is fucking amazing. It's like, yeah, it is. It is. But I'm tired of seeing the damn thing. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. I'll see you tomorrow for Pub and Plays Fridays and Saturday for Captain's Table. Before I do go, I do want to actually see what I'm doing for Captain's Table, because I want to see who is on the Captain's Table. Right now, it is, I don't think, anybody. It is nobody. So I may have to reach out and try to grab folks to come on and talk. There's no topic right now. That's probably the reason why. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about the first-person experience, the first-person universe. And if we did an FPS roundtable, I'd have to bring on people who are FPS players, and I don't know how many of them there are, or if I can gather them that short stuff. Drag Diablos and Co. back there. I'll reach out to I'll reach out to other folks. See if I can grab folks. Maybe Spoon, Citizen Spooner, might be able to grab him. Yeah. But this Sunday is also, we're taking a week off for lore. The League of Relic Enthusiasts, my organization. We're taking a week off for stuff. We're taking a bye week. So I'll be exploring 4.7 in its entirety. And so if you want to hang out with me and try to do some crafting and some mining, stuff like that, we'll do some of that. And then Monday we'll be doing another office hours. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.